Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect.
Item on the agenda, which is messages of condolence. Councillors, any messages of condolence? No messages of condolence. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the prior notifications of MPIs and conflict of interest. Tanya, do we have any? No? No prior notifications. Councillors want any to raise? There you go. Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the Mayor's Statement, and I'd like to dedicate the Mayor's Statement for the 19th of May to our volunteers around the Gladstone region. This week is National Volunteers Week, and we've had over 500 nominations for volunteers in the Gladstone region. Unfortunately, of course, this year we won't be having our morning teas that we normally would to celebrate our volunteers and to thank them for all the good work they've done. So this year they'll just get a certificate and the badge in the mail. But I want to do a big shout out to our volunteers, the Gladstone region, not just at the council, whether I said before it's at the Friends of the Theatre, the Friends of the Library, the Friends of the art gallery or wherever it is, whether it's volunteering at a football club, a community group or at the garden club, whatever it is, the volunteers certainly make our community go round. And it's not just to the 500 volunteers that are nominated. I also want to give a big shout out to all those who weren't nominated. So to volunteers in the Gladstone region, thank you. This week is all about you. And we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the confirmation of the minutes. And G2.1 is a confirmation of the minutes for the meeting of the 5th of May 2020. Do I have a mover for those, please? Thank you, Councillor Trevor. Seconded, Councillor Churchill. Is there any discussion? That they be a true and correct record. I'll put the motion now. All in favour? That motion is carried. The next item on the agenda is G3.1, Officers' Reports, Monthly Financial Report for the period ending 28th of May 2020. We'll hand over to the General Manager, Mark Holmes, please.
Morning, Mayor and Councillors. First item today is your monthly financial reports through to the end of April, and the results there are attached for your information. Pretty much is in line with the trends that we've been witnessing since February and March in terms of slowdown with respect to our revenue activity, but also with respect to some slowdown in our actual operational expenditure as well. So we've had a reforecast of our budget, which is showing a slight operating surplus there of $3 million at the end of the year. At the moment, that is almost entirely contingent on the receipt of the federal assistance grant, which we haven't yet received advice from the Commonwealth. So that the sum total, that's $3.9 million. And that's why when you have a look at our grants and subsidies, you'll note that figure is quite low compared to for both the forecast and budget there at 37% respectively. So with respect to our CapEx, we have been forecast a $5 million spend, and we actually hit that, I'm pleased to say, during the month of April. So there's still and we're still on track to that same total figure there of $40.8 million. So the team is working hard to aim for that and is on track at this point. The other area that I would call out there is our outstanding rates, which seasonally do look high compared to previous periods, being at 7.95% of the gross rates levied. That is a timing difference with respect to when rates became due the previous period, so rates haven't yet become due on those. But it is something that we are monitoring. So at the moment, that equates to 7.95%. It's $14 million. That's what is the sum total of that figure at this point. And we are working with those people that have outstanding rates to understand their circumstances. We're not actively, as in line with our resolution we made with respect to debt recovery, whilst we're not actively seeking debt recovery, we are making contact when we do get those contacts with ratepayers to understand their circumstances and to make sure we're putting appropriate arrangements in place. So with the balance of our financials though, our ratios are in alignment and where we thought, so nothing alarming there in terms of our cash expenses cover remains healthy. Our operating surplus is forecast to be in and around that 1.5%. Our the asset sustainability ratio is the one that is of a little bit of concern, but we've had that is subjective at times as into the classification of projects and the spend in that space as to what's renewal and what's upgrade, as into how much we're reinvesting in that space. So that is still trending a little bit low there at some 42%. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, councillors. Questions to General Manager, please.
Thank you very much for the report. Just with the I suppose with the rate recovery, what sort of age is it? Some of those debts, are they? At what stage do you trigger other action?
We start generally start triggering action once we fall outside of the due date. We start making contact with those. So generally rates become due after 60 days. We then start making contact with the ratepayers. We don't generally start following up on harder debt recovery action until some time after that, and that's generally after there's been some communication. So it depends on the type of property as well, where that is. In terms of some of our formal debt recovery process, where we go for sale for arrears and that sort of stuff, a property needs to be in excess, have over 3 years of arrears to actually be qualify for sale. But we don't want people to get to that list, so we try to work with them till we get to that point. But we do go and follow through and do lodge small claims, etc., and follow through. But we prefer not to get to that point. So we generally start following through in and around that 60 to 90 day mark.
Yeah, so $14 million outstanding is actually quite a sizable amount. I know it's in the ratio of things, it's probably not as huge as what it could be, but it's still a significant amount of money.
It's a growing amount, and that's the concern. So we would, so generally I would like to see that figure. So generally we would trend in and around that 5 at the end of June. A figure of under 5% is generally considered a good result. So we do need to get under that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill, then Councillor Goodluck, then Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Mayor Matt. Just a comment and then a question. Pleasing to know, I suppose to you, General Manager, to all of your team, that Council is in a cash positive position. It's pleasing to read that. But I wanted a clarification in relation to one key point that you've outlined here, that Council received $2.2 million dividend from the Queensland Treasury relating to the 50% share of dividends and tax equivalents from the Gladstone Area Water Board.
Hear.
My question appropriately, and it's wonderful to see that and understand the importance of it. I'd like to get clarification today that particular 50% share of dividends and tax equivalent is from the 2019-2020 financial year, or is that an aftermath of the 2018-2019 year?
The latter. So it's actually as a result of the activities of the Water Board from the 2018-2019. they then pay their dividends and tax
Yeah,
equivalents.
sorry, I'm missing that, Mark. Can you just...
So it's 2018-2019 result. That's from the Water Board. They pay that. They remit those money to Treasury, and then it's then a decision of the government to pay that to us. So essentially it's from the former the past year's result. So we have received some advice. We're not likely to receive a dividend and tax equivalent for the 2019-2020 result.
Yeah, that wasn't the intent of my question. The intent of my question was understanding that that's the result
lag
of the
indicator.
previous financial year that comes into council's budget for this current financial year, and whatever the implications will be advised to us in advance for the next budget. Is that correct?
The advice sometimes is so to the communications and forecasting there's some gaps, I guess, with respect to just recognising good corporate governance with respect to the Water Board's appropriate reporting in this space is to the Queensland government. So in terms of forecasting, really it's a matter of the government to provide those forecasts to us. That doesn't necessarily happen openly at times, but we have received that advice about the next
So
year's.
you're flagging at this stage that we've received advice that may not continue into the next financial year, but we need to work our endeavours to ensure that might be the case perhaps for 12 months. That might be something
so
that we
given us
need to
advice
advocate quite strongly for hereafter. And I know other councillors around this table have clearly indicated to try and get it enshrined into legislation or whatever the case might be. But we need to do everything we positively can and be proactive on this rather than simply being, I suppose, reactive to not being a beneficiary of that particular dividend and tax equivalent.
Yeah. So as you quite rightly say, there is no legislative recognition of that currently. So it is subject to a cabinet minute. So we do receive that on that good advice and that goodwill. But beyond that, there isn't no strength to that. So, but we have got those the advice though for 1920, as you pointed out.
So could I perhaps through you, Mayor Matt, ask, have we received that as official advice or is that an indicative...
We've received that as official advice.
We've received that official advice. All right, well, that obviously will be a matter for further discussion, no doubt, in the budget process and or future reports. Could I perhaps an addendum question to that,
if it's
Mayor
still on
Matt?
call?
Will we be working appropriately with our General Manager and our CEO to ensure that there are corrective action perhaps for the future?
Yeah, well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, this will probably be a result of COVID, but if not, everyone's feeling the impacts of this, and we're not going to receive a dividend from our airport either. Yeah. So I don't think this is anything other than a COVID-related response.
The advice from the Water Board is probably is separate to COVID and was received prior to that, and it is probably more to do with the fact of where the Water Board sits in its regulatory process. So it goes through a price reset period every 5 years, and as a business, it is most profitable at the very early stages of that. So they're entering year 5, the very last year of that regulatory process, and that is why we're not expecting a dividend or tax equivalent payment from Water Board for
Look, I can understand and prepared to accept if it was a COVID one, but you're indicating that it might be setting the scene or setting a precedence for the next 5 years. I hope that's not the case.
No,
not for the next 5 years.
Where they go through so Water Board is subject to a regulatory process of which the higher returns in terms of and the surety of revenue and also understanding of your expenses is greatest in year 1. So you get the best results from those entities in year 1 and year 2, and then they start to fall off. That is why that's why in the last year of that regulatory period, of which the Water Board is currently at, we've advised that we're not likely to receive dividends and tax equivalents for the 2019-20 year. But it may well be a different result once the entity starts in its new regulatory period, which commences on 1 July 2020.
Okay, let's hope that's the case. Thank you.
Also, that as long as the state government receives a dividend and we receive a dividend, that's the main thing. If the state receive a dividend and we don't, then it becomes an issue. So I'm assuming that means that there's no dividend to the state either, because we get 50% of what they remit to the state. So it's not a case of Gladstone Regional Council is not going to get a dividend. It's a case of the Water Board isn't issuing a dividend that particular year, year 5, whether it's COVID or not, which probably means year 6 might have a COVID response. But who knows? It depends on what the Water Board do during their budget. They probably haven't been hit as hard as most businesses or the council have, but they certainly will have impacts, that's for sure. Councillor Goodluck and then Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mark, on the capital expenditure report, page 11 of 45, unless I'm reading the report wrong, I think we might have mixed some of the figures up there. It probably needs to be corrected just for the minutes. From the figures I've got in front of me, the actual percentage of budget year to date is 39%. The actual percentage of budget including commitments is 49.4%. On the report it's got 71. Actual as percentage of forecast should be 71.6 as opposed to the 49.3 on the report. Is that correct, or am I reading that wrong?
What page again, sorry?
11 of 45. I think
well,
someone's just mixed the figures and put them in the wrong box as I'm reading it.
The dollar figures are right. I think it's that those percentages have been transposed correctly.
The percentages probably need to just be moved into the correct boxes. So, yeah, obviously,
that's a formatting error. Correct.
yeah. So if we can just correct that, I'm not sure if that's how it appears on the public record on the website or not.
Yeah.
But if we can just ensure that's correct, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As in the actual as percent of forecast should be the 71%. Yeah. That should.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. And for myself, and I'm sure my colleagues, it's obviously a concern that the capital delivery program's not sitting where we'd like it to. But I took the liberty of looking at Rockhampton Regional Council's capital delivery as of the 31st of March this year was sitting at 48%. And the Bundaberg Regional Council as of the 29th of April 2020 was sitting at 51%. So it shows that our neighbouring councils seem to have the same issues as far as delivery of their capital works programs. I'd certainly look forward to sitting here, hopefully in 12 months' time, in a much healthier position. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. My concern relates to the capital as well, but just noting with our asset sustainability ratio, which Mark mentioned before, you know, we're reducing our capital budget next year to try and get into line where we can complete, you know, some 80 to 90% of it rather than where we sit now. It's a bit of a worry where that percentage is sitting there when it should be over 90%.
There's probably a misnomer with the percentage. And it's probably so. The percentage there's two factors that drive it. One is I guess how much work you're planning to do. So the 90% there is set as a 90% of your renewal and upgrade expenditure divided by your depreciation expense for a year. What a number of councils are now doing is actually re-looking at that as an appropriate ratio and indicator, and recognising it should actually be reflective of what's coming out of your asset management plans. Because if it's not timely to do those works, then it's actually an inappropriate investment, and I shouldn't actually be sitting at that 90%. It might be more relative to me that I might be at 60%, or conversely, I might be at 110%, depending on where I'm at in the cycle.
That was my next question. I'd like to understand the consequences, but you're covering that now, which is good.
So to me, that's where the concern is. The other concern there is, to me, the classification of the expenditure in this. So projects that are purely renewal, that's easy. I guess where it does get some grey is where we've got some upgrade projects, be that we're expanding the size of a water main, we're expanding the size, we're going from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road, or we're adding a width. There is a component of those projects that we've classified as upgrade that is actually renewal, because we're actually renewing part of the asset, but we're actually upgrading functionality as well. So to me, there's some errors and issues and some subjectivity with that ratio on a monthly basis as it is. That doesn't really fully get corrected until we've done the full capitalisation and understand the full costings at the end of the financial year.
Thank you. You've explained it pretty well. Mark, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Trevor?
Mark, I just have a couple of brief questions. It's indicated in the report that we've undertaken steps to freeze interest on overdue rates and charges, and that's resulted in a loss to council of approximately $200,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's based on where we were currently at. If we would have been charging interest or the expected interest on those overdue rates, that's what that would have amounted to during the month since that freeze.
And is it true to say that we're not expecting to receive a dividend from the Gladstone Airport Corporation this year?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And did I hear you correctly that we've already received advice from the Gladstone Area Water Board that we're not expecting to receive a dividend next year?
Yep. So we've received advice from Treasury, not from the Water Board. So we've received advice from Treasury that we shouldn't be expecting a payment in respect of a 19-20 dividend from the Water Board, based on the forecasts that have been provided to them.
And is it the case that on current projections we're expected to deliver an operating surplus of approximately $3 million, subject to a federal assistance grant being received in the sum of $3.9 million?
Correct.
And if that's the case and we don't receive the federal assistance grant, we'll actually deliver an operating loss of $900,000?
Correct.
In relation to the outstanding rates of approximately $14 million, are we able to extrapolate from the figures where that majority arrears is taking place, i.e. Is it in the commercial sector, is it in the pensioner sector, is it in pockets of suburbs or a specific part of the region that we could focus our attention on so far as push priming that part of the economy in the lead up to the budget? Is it a tourism sector of our region? Is it a pensioner section of our region? Is it a commercial sector of our region that relates to most of the arrears, or is it spread more broadly over the whole of the region, Mark?
Well, we can get some of that data to you. So the split that we've got in there is about understand. So at the moment, we're around about 15%, so 14.8% relates to commercial industrial assessments. The balance in terms of, and this is in terms of total number of assessments, relates to your residential assessment. So that's talking about number of people, not dollar value. So there's probably two ways to look at that, because obviously dollar value is relative depending on the land use and the like. So we can absolutely look at getting some further reports and bring those back on that breakdown.
Thanks, Mark. I'm just anxious to identify what sections or areas of our region are impacted the most as a result of this economic downturn, and if those figures can represent a true and accurate record of what is occurring out there. Obviously, some sectors of our community are doing quite well, like our industrial base, but unfortunately our small business is suffering and our commercial sector is suffering. And equally and significantly, our tourism sector has taken an enormous hit. If we're able to, as I say, extrapolate from the figures where that economic hardship is occurring, and it's more likely occurring in people who can't pay their rates than not, we might be able to look at being able to give consideration to push priming some areas of our region to assist in the
We'll get some
downturn.
comparative data for you. Yep.
That'd be awesome. Thanks, Mark.
Because those figures to me haven't changed overly lot in terms of numbers pre and post COVID. But I think it's actually one of those things that we do need to keep an eye on, particularly. I'm not so much concerned, and doesn't surprise me that these figures do reflect figures that are pre-COVID. The issue, because we haven't actually issued a bill. There's a very small water bill that's out there, relatively speaking. So, but the larger general rates and the water and sewage access charges and waste charges have already gone out. It's the levies for next year that I think we need to make sure we're keeping a laser focus on.
Mark, when we do our revenue on Thursday, would that be the appropriate time to have?
Yes.
Thank you. I got Councillor Goodluck and Councillor Branthwaite to ask one more question, but you just mentioned water bill. That's appropriate. When is that due, or when are we expecting the residents?
We expended that to the 30th of June. So part of your COVID measures, you extended the due date on that to 30th of June.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Goodluck, then Councillor Branthwaite.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mark, I did forget, I just wanted to congratulate the team on the standard of reporting that we receive. When I was taking a look at other councils' reports, it was pleasant to see that we seem to have a lot more information. There was some information I actually couldn't find in other councils' reports, and I think the format that we have, it sets out the information quite clearly, and it was pleasing for me to see the level of reporting that we have. So that would be a benefit not only to councillors sitting around this table, but also to our community and the level of information that they've got publicly available on our website. So I just want to congratulate the team and give my compliments for that fact. Thank you.
I actually agree with Councillor Goodluck. I think the reporting is outstanding. I just wanted to go back to the outstanding rates, especially when you see the graph that's there. It reflects 18-19, reflects a major upsurge in unpaid rates, especially when they're obviously just been issued, of course. But in saying that, we've got to consider that the vacancy rate across Gladstone was horrendous at the time, and these people that would have paid a considerable amount for their houses and properties, investment properties, had a real inability to actually obviously pay loans and rates at the same time. So that, in saying that, our vacancy rate through this whole region has certainly come down somewhat. So it would be nice to see a real downturn in that, or an upturn and upsurge in debt recovery, but a downturn in the amount that's unpaid.
Yep.
Councillor Muscat.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to ask a quick question and a comment. Well, I'm obviously very disappointed at the capital expenditure, so I hope that's something that we can look at through the next set of meetings that we have coming up. Now, my question is in relation to the Gladstone Area Water Board. So if we actually understand the dividends and the cycle, why is that we can't change the way in which we budget so we understand that it is likely that we will not be receiving dividends in the fifth, or towards the end of the cycle, the fifth year?
Can I jump in? We haven't budgeted to include a dividend from the Gladstone Area Water Board in this year's budget. So we haven't. If we knew, if we could get a definitive from the state or the Gould exactly what that dividend would be every year, that would be fantastic. But I don't think you're going to get that, unfortunately. I think we should be happy that we're getting the money coming in through the doors when it comes in. And over the last 4 years, it's been a considerable amount of money. Mark, you might be able to enlighten us on how many millions that has been. 2.2 has come into this current year's budget, and the fact that we're not going to get any because of the cycle they're in, and potentially may not get as much as we'd expect in the following year because of COVID, we haven't budgeted to include those funds in the budget at all. So I don't think that's the issue. Mark, can you add to that?
So I guess there's probably two aspects. There's one, what we've totally received, and what so the total received is just under 20 million. But what in terms of a budgetary impact, because there's probably two impacts from a budget perspective, because of the uncertainty of the nature. So we don't actually have visibility or forecast. We don't have visibility, so to me that gives me great concern if I'm budgeting revenue as to potentially overshooting that. So we take a very conservative approach to that, and that's why we've essentially, from a long-term average perspective, we've been budgeting $2 million a year, or just under that, as a receipt. Therefore, we're not, to me, in our budget of approximately $190 million, it's not a big component of revenue. I would be more concerned if I'm trying to expect I'm receiving, $5 million, $6 million each and every year, and then banking on that as a receipt. Until we've got some surety around that, then to me you can't utilise that as a surety of revenue to fund your long-term program or long-term operating, or use it as a way to offset rates.
Okay, so basically every year we just hope that we're going to get something. So is there any way in which we could have some kind of
So
certainty.
to me, the legislative recognition is the key in that space, and I know the mayor and council have been very vocal in that space.
Yeah, well, that's great. So we have to have it legislated, pretty much.
Ideally, but at the end of the day, we've been very fortunate under the current government to receive a dividend every year, and it's just disappointing we won't receive one next year, but then they're not receiving a dividend either, so
Yep.
that's just how good works. But obviously legislation would be lovely, otherwise we just have to leave it up to the will of whoever's sitting in George Street or William Street, and whether they sign a piece of paper to take it away from us again, but I'm sure that's not going to happen anytime soon. Any other questions, councillors?
No, just a comment in relation to that, Mayor Matt. You're right, it's not legislated, but the reality of it is hopefully the Queensland Government will see that, and perhaps we might not necessarily get it through that, but we may get it through other areas with our request for funding for community infrastructure in this next financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill. I believe Councillor Hanson, you're moving that motion. Thank you.
So move.
Moved Councillor Hanson, seconded Councillor O'Grady. Any further questions? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Motion is carried. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is G3.2, Review of Revenue Policy. Back to you, Mark.
Councillors, this item is a review of revenue policy ahead of the 2021 budget. So it is essentially the first of the policies that you'll see come through. So the revenue policy sets out the overarching framework for which, and the head of power for the levying of your rates and charges, your granting of concessions, and how you go about recovery overdue rates and charges. So it's a very much a legislative piece that we've got to set out to set those principles, and then you'll then in detail outwork that in your budget and in your revenue statement that supports that. The significant change in this, and there is only the one change, is just with respect to concessions, and it's probably more broadening the wording there. Our revenue policy was very clear with providing concession almost solely to on the basis of pension remission and keeping people in their homes. We have broadened the wording of that in section 6.3 to provide for that greater understanding of financial hardship in the region and to grant a concession accordingly. So happy to receive comments.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill. Question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Matt. Happy to move the recommendation, but I'd just like to get a clarification from the General Manager. We've been talking about legislative requirements. In 6.1, principles using for levying of rates and charges, indicating here Council will be guided by state and federal government legislative requirements, and I've always said it in the past that local government is a beast of the state government, sometimes subservient, sometimes a great partner, but will apply in general the principles of user pays in the making of rates and charges in a regional context to treat all rate payers in an equitable manner, appropriately, and to minimise the impact of rating on the efficiency of the regional economy. So in reading that particular extract from the policy statement, my question is an user pay principle for services across the region, does that mean that the region takes a user pay process in relation to the rates and charges, or is it relevant to the local area for service and infrastructure?
Gives essentially your ability to not only look at your formation of your general rating categories to probably better understand what the impacts are of those on the consumptions of the various levels of various services that we provide, but also provides that head of power to, and that is how you do distribute your essentially your rating burden, but particularly from a general rate, and that's why you've got currently 24 rating categories that distinguish that each one of those have varying capacities of land use and various capacities of operating that then impact its ability to pay general rates. So that's what it essentially is trying to, and then also recognises though that the levying of general rate though can be an impost. So it's about trying to find that balance with those, and that's where we look at making sure we do some market assessments of those. We make sure that they are appropriate. Again, like any taxation power, it's about making sure we utilise that wisely, because essentially there's a point there where you can overstep, and essentially you do overtax. So the user pays bit is really then for focusing then on your water, sewer, and waste charges to recognise that we do recognise the costs associated with those businesses.
Thank you for that. I suppose the only comment I'd make is that in understanding that particular principle, and at the same time in us just discharging our responsibilities, is that there's no reference to cross-subsidisation.
No, your revenue statement will understand will give you understanding as to how you break that up between your schemes.
Thank you.
So your revenue statement is where you get that additional clarity on those.
Thanks. Maybe it's, I've got Councillor Goodluck and Councillor Muscat would like to ask questions. We've adopted a very similar revenue policy for many years. I think it was tweaked a couple of years ago thanks to another council getting the issue wrong. But what Councillor Churchill raises about user pays, does that fly in the face of our equalisation though, for like the bin service?
How you recover, so how you actually then recover the cost. So the user pays bit there is around separating out your waste in that space. It's about separating out your garbage charge and the full cost of that garbage charge rather than lumping it in as part of your general rate. So it's about how you then determine. So I could actually, you don't have to charge a garbage charge. I could just put it all on my general rate. What you are trying to, and essentially, ultimately, we could just we could levy all of our services as one rate. What we try to do though is separate that out and into targeting it into service charges, recognising the user pays, but then further breaking down those general rates, recognising the actual land use itself.
Thanks, that makes sense. So the users in our cleansing charge are all the users who have a waste service, and they're the users that pay for that, even though they might be subsidised depending on how far away they live from the city, because obviously it costs more to collect from, say, Mount Larkham or Rosedale.
Yep.
So the whole service is user pays, not the individual townships, which is fairer, I think. Over to you, Councillor Goodluck.
And that's to
and
minimise
Councillor
that
Muscat.
impact on that impact. Yeah, so you've also got to then, we talk about the impact of rating on the efficiency of the economy. You know, if you charge that cost to serve, that full cost to serve in some of those places, you just would not serve.
Thank you, Councillor Goodluck, then Councillor Muscat.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just for context, we're referring to the principles of the policy statement, and you know, notwithstanding Councillor Churchill's point, further down in the principle, in option 6.1, sorry, it does state that council will seek to achieve financial sustainability and distribute the rate burden equitably across the community. So we're talking about principle-based approach, and how we decide to try and equitably distribute the rate burden across the community is in a number of ways that Mark's pointed out. So there's, just for context, I think that's quite okay.
In response to that, thanks, Councillor Goodluck. And look, it's great that you could draw that to my attention, but in light of your reference or your inference to that particular paragraph in this policy, it says the impact of rates and charges upon the community and distribute the rate burden equitably across the community. I would have liked to have thought that perhaps distribute the rate burden equitably across the region.
Yeah, we could wordsmith, but I think that's...
I'm not going to be pedantic on it at this particular stage, but if we're actually applying the principles, and it says right at the beginning, and I just take reference back to that particular point, and again, it might be terminology. Council will be guided by state and federal government legislative requirements, and then I would have thought perhaps within the policy it would say, and distribute the rate burden equitably across the region or across all of our communities, rather than the explicit community. And
Yes.
maybe it's a terminology point, but...
You certainly sound quite pedantic. Councillor, do you want it changed or not?
Well, I'm not necessarily getting
Would
pedantic.
you like it changed?
Well, thank you, Councillor Hanson, but I'm not actually getting pedantic about the particular terminology of the community. I'm raising the point in relation to the guiding principle that effectively says that it will be distributed across the region. I'm saying that there is no reference to cross-subsidisation, unless, of course, our General Manager could make a point and clearly articulate that to me, that that does infer that we take a region-wide cross-subsidisation approach. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. We'll let General Manager Mark answer that, then I'll go back to Councillor Muscat, and then I think Councillor Goodluck would like to add as well. Or if you can't answer that. Yeah,
Well,
jump
to me,
in, Councillor
there's
Goodluck, you might have
there's
something.
two parts. To me, the word community there applies community as a whole. Yeah, so to me, that applies that implies the region. So to me, I believe that's, and that's the way that wording is intended. If we want to change that to region, I believe that doesn't. You're right, and there's no change in the intent of the policy in that space. How you set your long-term financial plan relevant to your relevant drivers and price paths and how you get to a point, as long as you're doing that consistent with the overall principles here, that is fine. So if you're making a decision with respect to, if you want to call out equalisation of price in this, that's fine, but to me that might not necessarily serve you well in doing that in all services, because you still want to be able to look at how best you achieve that. I think at the moment this isn't a change in policy. This is the wording that we've had in this for some time, and has been reviewed by our legal counsel. So I've got no concern that what we're doing and acting from both our revenue policy, our revenue statement, and enacting our pricing paths for particularly our water and sewage to make sure we're moving towards an equalised price. That is in line with the intent of that policy of this revenue policy.
Thank you. Did you want to still add? No, back to you, Councillor Muscat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, thank you for the changes in 6.3 in relation to, I guess, taking into consideration the recent events. And I wanted to ask you, in light of the changes in legislation that we're going to see coming through, are we going to find ourselves maybe having to review these before 12 months, or?
So your revenue policy stays in place for you to adopt a budget. So I think you would find that some of the changes that will come through in proposed amendment bills will have an effective date that'll capture that, and will likely have an effective date being from the following budget.
Is there anything that you see that will be of major?
Nothing from a rating perspective. I think the biggest changes proposed are in and around how you communicate the budget and how you engage with respect to the budget.
Thank you.
I'm just finding the track changes in there. Can you click on
Attachment 2.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Okay, can we go back to the change, because that's the important part. So before we adopt this, that is a change. So Mark, can you explain to me, does that allows us to allow concessions for other ratepayers other than pensioners, yes?
Yes. So saying, well, the principles used there for the granting of concessions for rates and charges, we're saying applying the same treatment for ratepayers that are with similar circumstances. So that as long as we're so if everyone's in the same circumstance, then we'll provide a concession. So how we define that. So if we've got businesses that are impacted in the same manner, or if we've got residents that are impacted in the same manner, then this gives you the head of power to grant a concession based on that.
And we can talk about concessions during the budget, obviously, but can it be...
It's just broadening that base at the moment because it was previously probably narrow in its remit.
I think that's a good amendment, particularly for this year.
Yeah.
Any further questions? If not, I'll look for I think I had a couple of movers, but no? Yep. I'll take
I said
that
I'd
then.
be prepared to move the recommendation as long as I got clarification, but...
Clarified that the region is the community and we're good.
Well, at this state, if you look at the state and the federal legislation, they talk about the whole of Australia, and you look at the state legislation, they talk about the whole of the state, but we talk about a community. But I understand. Thank you.
because we have the greatest community in the world. Moved by Councillor Churchill, seconded by Councillor Goodluck. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Thank you. That's carried. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is G3.3. This one won't take any time at all. Amendment to the subordinate local law number 2, animal management. Request, we'll leave it at that for now. Over to you, Mark. Again, Mark Francis.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. This report presents the outcome of the second round of community consultation in relation to amending the local law. This was brought to the public between November and December last year for the first round, triggered by, among other things, the creation of 2 new dog parks in Broran and Calliope. Those results and proposed changes were brought to Council in February, where we received your valued feedback, particularly as it related to dogs and dog off-leash areas. The feedback that you gave us, along with other proposed changes, was on legal advice sent for further public consultation, the results of which are attached and contained within the report. Points A to K within the report are the proposed amendments. We've included 3 options for your consideration today. It's entirely up to yourself, so obviously what you do. Option 1 supports councillors' previously stated positions as it related to dog off-leash areas, particularly with the dogs being forbidden from Millennium Esplanade. We do highlight that wasn't supported in the recent public submissions, but that is, of course, entirely within your discretion. Vicky Hankinson, who's done most of the work as it relates to this and other local laws amendments, is online to answer any detailed questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mark. I'm sure there'll be a few. So, councillors, would you like to start your questions, and either Mark or Vicky will answer them? Councillor Goodluck, thank you.
Mark, attachment 1, the community feedback in regards to the dogs on the Boyne River foreshore was effectively 50% for no, 25% yes, and 25% neutral. And then I'm just trying to switch between attachments. The second round of consultation, I don't know if you can pull that up for number 2. It's just taken my computer a while, but effectively that was that still in the no, but we've recommended that we'll go ahead with that, contrary to the community consultation. Is that right?
Vicky,
sorry?
could you clarify that for us, please?
Yes, I'll just have a look at the feedback for you on that regard.
Notwithstanding that, there was eight submissions in the first round, which is not necessarily indicative of what the community's position is.
So is that point 8, sorry, Vicky, is that point 8, Councillor Goodluck?
Yes, so the second round of consultation, the question that was posed to the community via the survey was, do you support Boyne River Beach from Wyndham Park to Lilies Beach being a dog off-leash area all year round? The response to that was 70% or 104 people considered that was a good idea.
And so that's what you're referring to in number 1 when you refer to the Boyne River foreshore, that same area you've just articulated it better in that.
Yes, we did improve on the survey questions in the second round of consultation.
Thank you.
Councillors, any other questions? Okay, well, I'll have some then, Vicky. Agnes Water Main Beach. All I see in this report is that no dogs on main beaches. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, no changes proposed to the Agnes Water Main Beach area. So basically, it remains a prohibited area in the swimming area of the main beach. Then from the prohibited area through to the surf club remains dog on leash. And then from the surf club further on is dog off leash.
And then there's some other amendments allowing Chinaman's Beach to be off leash, outside turtle nesting.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions regarding beaches in particular? Because that's where we get most of the comments. I think that personally, I think that seems fair. There's plenty of options. Dogs can go to beaches depending on what particular beach it is and what section of the beach it is. So where the most people are, the main beach, there's no dogs. Where there's less people and still close to main beaches, there's the opportunity to have your dog on a leash, and where you're a bit further away from where the patrol beaches are, you can let your dog off the leash on certain beaches, but not in turtle nesting season. I don't know that we can get it fairer than that. Anyone like to comment or disagree? No, thank you. Is there any further questions for the General Manager or for Vicky? Councillor Hanson, you happy to move the recommendation?
I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Yep, thank you.
Option
What's
one.
Councillor O'Grady? Do you have a question?
Yeah, so if we got some more funding to put in more dog parks, this won't affect it. It'll just, if we had another dog park and more funding, so that won't affect this at all.
We would need to bring it back and have, if it's on a prohibited area, bring the policy back to allow dogs in that area, but we'll try and...
Right, yeah, okay, right. So if we built a dog park somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sorry, my mover was Councillor Hanson was moving the officer's recommendation, is that correct? Or one of the alternatives? Officer's recommendation, I'll have a
Officer's
seconder, please.
recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron, seconded by Councillor Cameron. No more comments, no more questions. I'll put the motion now. All in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Speaking of dog parks, I think we need to look at fencing the one in the Gladstone as well. We'll talk about that during the budget process, no doubt. Yeah. All right, thank you. Well, getting very close to breaking. I might have a look at the next item before we take a break. Yeah, we can move into the next item, then I'll go for a break. So it's G 3.4, request for a reduction in adopted infrastructure charges for DA 21-219. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. Purpose of this report is to allow Council to consider an alternative infrastructure rating charge for this approved application, 24 William Street. It's important, people who have seen reports in relation to the infrastructure charges economic incentive scheme before will see this as a much simpler report, and the reason for that is that this is a qualifying development, so it is approved under the policy and under our delegation. We're not coming to you to seek any variation to that policy. As you'll be aware, Council has an adopted infrastructure charges resolution, number 1 from 2015, which allows us to apply a credit for a prior lawful use for development, and that's been done in this case. It also allows us to raise a charge against the development as it relates to the type of development and use for that application. As I've said, the charges rebate scheme, the rebate policy, allows us to provide 50% reduction in the infrastructure charges for the new use. In addition to that, the credit for the current lawful use is applied. So those numbers are the total calculated charge, $566,224.40. The credit for their use is $283,112.20, and that's further reduced by 50% to $141,566. That amount, as many infrastructure charges could be paid over a number of years, and we can come to an arrangement for that. The applicant has asked us to come to you today to ask for a further reduction to 0 for the infrastructure charges, and that's what we're asking you to consider here. In terms of the recommendation, we don't have delegation or anywhere within the policy for us to agree with that request. It is, of course, again, within your discretion to allow that.
Okay, first question I have, how does this fit in the policy for a 50% reduction in the first place?
It's within the agreed zone and types of use.
Okay, so going from a motel to a unit block? Is it a unit block? It says long-term accommodation. I'm assuming that means like units. Pensioner. I don't think it's aged care by any stretch of the imagination.
It's going from long to short, isn't it?
We have our senior planning officer online if you'd like to discuss any
Please,
details as it relates
I'd like
to
to
the
see how this
original
fitted in the
application.
category in the first place to receive 50% discount. If it did, I'm happy with it, but I'd just like to see that before we consider another 50% or another $100,000 discount. So who's the officer online? Shantae?
Shantae, yeah.
Yep. Hi guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Cool. I'm just in the office, so I hope the background noise isn't too much. So this particular application is actually for a rooming accommodation, Mr. Mayor. So that isn't a multiple unit dwelling. It's not a residential use. It's a long-term accommodation use that does fit within the policy.
Could I ask a question of an addendum to that, Mayor Matt, if you wouldn't mind? So in actual fact, it's not a registered, or can you confirm if it's a registered aged care facility under the National Healthcare Program? It is or it isn't?
I cannot confirm that, Councillor Churchill. So we have to apply the planning scheme definition. So this one is a rooming accommodation with the intention to allow retirement living there, but not under the retirement facility definition.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, one more question. So to allow retirement living or to require retirement living?
They would be seeking to allow retirement, I guess, more pensioner type living on the use itself, but it's not the actual definition they're applying for.
Okay, thank you. I think probably it does lend itself to that sort of facility then. Would probably provide for retirees a safer environment, but so that's how they get the 50% discount. So I can probably see how that could work, but we can still have given them a 50% discount, and then they could also, correct me if I'm wrong, Shantae, that would we have to police that to make sure that they're abiding by that to qualify for that 50% reduction?
The use itself, Mr. Mayor, complies with the use under the policy. It's not the fact that they're promoting retirement facility living there. It's actually the use that complies. So we wouldn't have to police that, no.
No worries. Okay, thank you. But back to you then, Mark. So we have offered a 50% reduction in infrastructure charges.
That's correct, yeah.
You, Councillor Trevor, then Councillor Branthwaite.
Mark, you went quickly through the calculations, but I made a quick note that the infrastructure charge would be normally $566,000 less a discount of 50% to $283,000, less another 50% discount was what the proponent was asking for to arrive at a final figure of $141,566. Is that correct?
Sorry, Councillor Trevor, not quite correct. The 566,000 is a calculated charge. The further reduction to 283,000 is a credit for the current lawful use. The infrastructure incentive scheme, 50% applied, reduces that to 141,566. The applicant is requesting that that be reduced to zero.
And what is the officer's recommendation for it to be reduced to 141,566 or to zero?
That's all that's within the officer's powers, yeah.
So is the officer's recommendation to be 141,566?
That's correct. That's the application of the discount for current use and the discount under our policy.
It's a difficult one for me, Mark, because looking at the photographs and being aware of the complex and being aware of the fact that it was a motel and it's a new establishment. Personally, for me, being a local, I see this through the prism of disadvantage that will lead to advantage for our most vulnerable in our society. It's accommodation for aged and disability pensioners. I see it as a social hub for an accommodation facility for our aged and our disabled. It's close to hospitals, it's close to physiotherapists, it's close to doctors, it's close to banks, it's close to shopping centres, it's close to the railway for them to get to hospital in Brisbane. We have some limitations in our region when it comes to the provision of this type of service for our aged and our disability pensioners. As I say, I'm seeing this through the prism of disadvantage that will lead to advantage rather than strictly monetary considerations. And given the fact that we've already received, no doubt, some infrastructure charges when the original building was established, I'm not going to suggest a money grab, but what I am going to suggest is that looking at it from my position and given what they're seeking to achieve in this proposal, including an outcome that will benefit our most vulnerable in our community, I'd be happy to give them a discount, a further discount to zero.
Look, I agree with Councillor Trevor there. I think the change of use for a motel into this sort of circumstances is quite ideal. We do note that they're in partnership with Good Life Retirement Villages too. I think the argument though initially was the fact that the infrastructure charges were for self-contained units. These units, from what I gather, are not self-contained units, and then the argument was that they were put into a portable dwelling type of scenario classification, which I don't really see. And that I see the council as providing a lot of goodwill into making this happen with reducing infrastructure charges and being able to facilitate this and in a cost-effective way, because it is for accommodation for aged and disabled pensioners, which is, yeah, and as Councillor Trevor just said, it's for an amazing opportunity for some of these people. So, yeah, I'm all for the proposal as well.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron, Councillor Goodluck, then Councillor Muscat.
Yeah, thank you, Matt Mayor. Just noted this, as Darryl pointed out, that it is in partnership with Good Life Retirement Villages, so it is a commercial venture. And one would imagine it's going to be a money-earning venture, which will be heavily subsidised through the normal channels of with aged care. So I'm not particularly in favour of reducing this down to nil. I think something should be paid. Council has been put to a lot of work to go through this, and to reduce it to nil, I don't know that I'd sit terribly well with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodluck, and then Muscat.
Thanks, Mark. Can you just clarify me, sorry, the applicant sought to be considered as a suite rather than long-term accommodation under the definition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so we couldn't accommodate that request, or we didn't feel that was appropriate? How did that?
I'll defer to Shantae here, but I believe that we thought it wasn't consistent with the use.
Thank you, Councillor Goodluck. So as per the resolution, that rooming accommodation definition aligns with long-term, given how it operates and how the resolution was created to determine the impacts on our infrastructure. So for them to say it's operating as a suite isn't consistent with the planning scheme definitions that actually operate within that under the resolution. Therefore, we couldn't consider that.
So are you able, thank you, Shantae, are you able to give me some context around the justification for the doubling of the infrastructure charges between short-term and long-term accommodation? Because I acknowledge that infrastructure charges are an actual cost that our community will bear at some point. So I'm just trying to understand the difference in the burden, I suppose, on our infrastructure between those two definitions.
Yeah, the background studies would have determined the loading on our network, so our water, sewer, roads, stormwater. Given the function being long-term accommodation, you're probably seeing a bit more use within the actual site itself versus short-term, and what facilities they're actually taking advantage of. So how that resolution is calculated is to know what's that actually putting on our infrastructure in terms of movements and usage.
So I think that, thanks Sante, I think that we brought in an incentive for infrastructure charges discounts, essentially for this exact type of development. That's what we brought in the policy for. We decided as a council at that time, albeit this is a new council, but we decided that 50% was the limit in which we were willing to go to subsidise these costs for these particular developments, which we did want to attract to our region, but that was the limit in which we were willing to subsidise on behalf of ratepayers. And from what I can gather, the justification and the report shows that this cost is a legitimate cost that our community will have to bear at some point in time. So I think I'm happy to refuse the request, but certainly by all means allow them to apply under the policy that we actually brought in for this exact purpose. Can I just clarify, Mark, this development, is it only a matter of goodwill that it will actually be, or good faith, I suppose, that it will actually be a retirement or pensioner type facility, or is technically they'll be eligible to put whoever they want in the facility?
In some respects, it's goodwill whenever we approve a use, but any use that's inconsistent is subject to compliance action later.
But as far as the use, it's not specifically identified as a use for pensioners or retirees or aged care people, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Muscat.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'll ask them all at the same time. The charges were obviously known to the applicant before they submitted the application. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it, could you please confirm here when it says that if we go with option 1, which is no amendment, that this needs to be paid in full because the use has already commenced? It's on page 28.
Just for a moment.
So my understanding is that they're not to commence until the charges have been, or the agreement has been reached as to the charges.
Thanks. Shanti, can you confirm if that's that they're currently operating just now, or that the charge is paid in full once they commence?
Sorry, it was a little bit fuzzy then. Can you just repeat that?
On page 28 of the report, on the option we're providing to Council, the infrastructure charge may be requested to be paid in full immediately as this use has commenced, or negotiations can be undertaken. Are we implying with that use has commenced, or that it's payable in full once it's commenced?
Once it's commenced.
So this establishment is operating?
Not under the,
It's not, okay.
Under the amended use, no.
Okay, great. No, I was just trying to clarify that because obviously if they commence, they shouldn't be, really.
Yeah, I understand. It's not quite clear.
Yeah, and I guess my other question was also the impact on our infrastructure, and I guess it's been answered by you before with the question from Councillor Goodluck. But yeah, I'm actually very concerned about the impact on the I guess the whole of the ratepayer base. We have put things in place to allow for subsidies in this space. I can see that, again, this is just going from a short-term to a long-term accommodation use that is going to have, significant impact on our infrastructure, and I don't understand why. I have read the arguments from the applicant, and well, I understand, the charges. We also need to understand that I guess, again, as Councillor Cameron said, this is a commercial venture, and we can put arrangements in place for them to be able to pay this over a period of time, and I don't see it fair for the whole of the community and the ratepayers base to have to pay for to subsidise the full amount of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Muscat. Back to you, Councillor Goodluck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just in regards to the infrastructure incentive scheme, I can only speak from my own perspective, but I think the intent from council when we brought in that scheme was to it was obviously to attract aged care and retirement living facilities within our region. But for myself, I suppose it was really to particularly attract a facility that is actually identified fully as an aged care and retirement facility, which this particular premises is not, albeit it may end up being that type of facility, and therefore they are obviously eligible under our incentive scheme, which I'm happy to support that. And I think that is, a 50% incentive scheme for a 50% reduction in infrastructure charges is quite considerable, I think. So I'm happy to support them for that.
Back to you, Councillor Trevor.
I'm quizzical as to what the cost the community has to bear comment made around this chamber earlier, given that there would have no doubt been a significant infrastructure charge imposed upon the original developer of this complex when it was first built a short while ago. Importantly, it was a motel complex which it is going to be even after this change, in the sense that it will still provide accommodation. It won't provide short-term accommodation, it'll provide long-term accommodation. But for a successful motel in Gladstone, you would expect that short-term accommodation, i.e. 7 nights a week, would be the same or similar to long-term accommodation for our aged and disabled pensioners, i.e. our most vulnerable in our community. I really can't form a distinction between short-term overnight stays that result in different people staying for 7 nights a week as opposed to one person staying in the same room 7 nights per week. And I wonder how much infrastructure charges this council imposed upon the original developer when it was first built. I worry that if the infrastructure charge is not reduced significantly, and in fact to zero, this development may not proceed. I've got no evidence to support that, but the last thing we need in this community at this time is for a project not to proceed because we choose to double dip. And that is essentially what we're doing here today, in my humble opinion, given that there would have been a significant infrastructure charge imposed upon the original developer of this complex a short while ago. I refrain from describing it as a money grab. I'll continue to refrain from describing it as a money grab, but I do now say that, in my opinion, it is a double dip, given that there is only a slight variation to what the original proposal was for this development, and that was a motel with short-term accommodation, which is similar to long-term stay by our aged and disability pensioners, i.e. our most vulnerable in our community. The incentive scheme was designed by this council principally for new developments in this community, not material changes of uses, to a similar use, but principally for new developments to attract and retain new businesses, commercial operators and projects to this community. And in my opinion, was the intent of that policy, which I might add I was the main driver of, was based on new developments coming to this community, not existing developments being changed by a material change of use, which is essentially arriving at the same use as I previously foreshadowed. So I reiterate my view that this shouldn't be a money grab. It shouldn't be a double dip. We're dealing with our most vulnerable in our society, and if we can't look after them, then who can we look after?
Thank you, Councillor Trevor. I've got a couple of councillors more questions. I've got one. Can we answer the Councillor Trevor's question in regards to what infrastructure were charged at the time? I distinctly remember this development application. I remember the car parking issues that they had. I remember the number of issues that they had in the site, and I'm interested to see what actually they did. I know it says in the report $566,000 is what they 283 is no. I don't know actually what they paid council, not what they were credited for from their previous use. How much money was the? How much was the cheque written for council for their infrastructure charges?
How much have we received from them? I don't have that figure at the moment. I can take that.
It may be very different to what we're seeing in the report here. Until I see that figure,
there is
I don't know.
Quantum of difference between what we charge, what we levy, and what we receive, particularly over developments that are have a negotiated charge with us. It allows us to receive money over a period of time.
I don't suppose Helen Robertson's online by any chance? She might have.
Oh, she's in a personal day today.
No worries.
Just further to that, sorry, Mark, is the 283,000 what we levied, whether or not we've received it or not? But that's what we levied. Is that correct or not?
That'd be correct. Yes.
So it's what we levied, or is that what they're being credited against? Sorry, do we? I'd like to see the when the council resolution was what they actually were charged. Are you saying we levied? We sent them an invoice for 283,000, or is that the credit?
It's quite straightforward for me to get that information. It would take me 5 or 10 minutes. If you wanted to break, we can reconvene.
I'd like to have that information, please, and then we can continue with this conversation. It's important. We're talking about significant amount of money of ratepayers' dollars, and I think it's a valid conversation. We'll break for 10 minutes and we'll come back with that information. Thank you. And for the live stream, we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify. Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events.
Opportunity to have morning tea at the same time, so we'll continue back with the same report we were referring to, which is G3.4, request for reduction in adopted infrastructure charge for DA 21219. Mark, you are getting some more information for us?
Yes, indeed, Mayor. I'm happy to provide a bit of clarification. The credit that's applied to the current calculation is based on current planning scheme uses and not on previous charges. The original application was assessed in 1999. Infrastructure was calculated as a contribution of $33,105 at that time, and that was received in 2003. So the actual payment to that development over its lifetime has been $33,000.
Thanks. I think this came to council in 2002, so they might have lodged their application in 1999, and we approved it in 2002 with conditions. And so what you're saying is they would have paid a headworks charge of $33,000 because this development would have been approved before infrastructure charges were part of policy. Obviously, at that point in time, we hadn't done our priority infrastructure plans, we haven't done our priority infrastructure areas, and we couldn't really determine how much infrastructure was required for a development, which has since happened, which is where the infrastructure charges has come from right across the state of Queensland. So they paid $33,000, and they're getting a credit for $283,000.
That's correct.
Okay, we need to keep that in perspective. So if they were to build this today, the infrastructure charges would be $566,000 based on it being long-term. They're getting a credit of $283,000 when in fact they paid $33,000 in headworks charges, and they're getting potentially going to get a 50% reduction in the policy as well because they meet our incentive scheme, which I'm yet to be convinced they do. So can we go back to maybe someone, Shantae, or someone can back to convincing me that they meet the scheme? I think they do, but I need to be convinced they do.
Certainly, Shantae's online.
Thank you, Councillor. Just sit back a little bit, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just in the office where Anna was calling from, just so that background noise wasn't as obvious. So I do apologise that I'm showing as Anna at the moment.
Okay, my question is regarding the 50% reduction. Is that being approved at an officer level, and is it for policy 2018-04, as in infrastructure charges, economic development incentive scheme, tourism, retirement and aged care? Is that what the 50% reduction is being applied to?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Can you convince me how they meet that criteria?
Yes, so as part of the incentive rebate scheme, there is a couple of definitions that are excluded uses, so residential, such as multiple unit dwellings and those things such like. But this particular definition, so rooming accommodation, isn't an excluded use, so it meets that criteria. It's also located in the priority infrastructure area, and it will has been suggested that they will commence within the 2 years following from this discussion, so they would meet that eligibility.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Churchill.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Matt. So can I go back to my original question right at the beginning of this agenda item? My question, just to clarify and get an understanding, and I can accept that it fits within that policy. My question was, and I understand from your report here that it's in partnership with Good Life Retirement Villages. Is this proposed to be a registered aged care facility? Especially during the discussion and the debate that we've had so far, we've talked about compliance, we've talked about adherence to the requirements, policing, I heard the word, policing to ensure that they are doing what they're actually indicating that they are doing. Can you confirm with me today, or not, or otherwise, that they are or will be a registered aged care facility under the National Aged Care Scheme to ensure that there is accreditation in compliance with those requirements?
Thanks, Councillor Churchill. So that's actually a separate process for them to register through that system. So we have to give regard to the planning scheme definitions, which they've applied for a rooming accommodation. So that gives them the opportunity to operate outside of just retirement. They didn't apply for that particular use. So I cannot confirm.
Okay, thank you for that. Does that mean, I suppose for an addendum question, does that mean that that could, may or will occur sometime in the future in the partnership with Good Life Retirement Villages?
Yeah, Councillor Churchill, it may. but it's not part of the current considerations either under the planning scheme or the current incentive scheme about whether it does or not, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in the purpose of the report, it says clearly that for clarity, this is not a request on the infrastructure charges economic scheme, but but from further down the report, it says 50% reduction. Isn't that under that scheme?
It is, but that's delegated to officers if it complies with the provisions of the policy.
So the extra 50%, so can I go back to that page, Lisa, with the figures on it, with the 566? So the 566 less the credit, so the total charge really is 283, but if they apply for the policy, the rebate of 50% and under delegated authority they qualify, they get 100, it'll be 144.
That's correct.
141, sorry. Still need glasses. Okay, I think I have enough information to make a decision. Any other councillors' questions, councillors? Muscat?
I just wanted to note one thing in relation to the commentary about supporting disadvantaged groups in our community, more specifically people, pensioners and people with disabilities. So what we're discussing today is actually a development application, and we are discussing infrastructure charges that are going to be applied to a commercial venture that is going to be, I guess, working for those people. They will be making a profit as a business, and we are not discussing whether we are supporting people in disability pensions or pensioners. So I just wanted to make that clear because I'm going to support the officer's recommendation, and it's in no way, shape or form a not supporting of people that are disadvantaged. So this is about a commercial opportunity, a commercial venture that wants to, I guess, make money out of those groups. So, and I need to make sure that all the impact that it's going to occur on our infrastructure is covered by those people that are going to use it and not going to impact all of the rate base. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation, Mr Mayor. Considering that they followed all the policies that are in place regarding planning and incentive, and in that regard, I commend them on their recommendation and would support it.
Are you moving that way?
Happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Move, Councillor Hanson, second, and Councillor Muscat. Before I put the motion, is there any further questions? No further questions. I put the motion. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried.
I'll call a division, Mayor.
Thank you. Division called by Councillor Trevor. I'll put the motion again. All in favour? Councillor Cameron, Councillor Muscat, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Churchill, myself, Councillor Goodluck, Councillor Branthwaite, Councillor O'Grady in favour. Those against? Councillor Trevor against. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is G 3.5, Position Partners Sole Supplier. Back to you. No, Tanya. No, John. Sorry, General Manager of Operations. Won't be a second. Thank you. It's 3.5, Position Partners Sole Supplier. Over to you, John Tumbers.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 3.5 is to use provisions of the Local Government Act to award a sole supplier for a company called Position Partners. At the Benarabi landfill, we operate a compactor over the landfill space, which compacts the earth, and that earth is measured. The compaction is measured by hardware and software. what this sole supplier is for, the provision of the software services to continue for the life of the machine, which is expected to be 6 years. $12,000 a month over that remaining life of the machine. The sole supplier is on the basis that they're the only provider of the proprietary software used in the machine.
Thank you. Pretty self-explanatory. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Muscat?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question relates to our knowledge about this in the initial, when we initially purchased the equipment. So did we know that this was going to be the case, and why wasn't it included in the first place?
It was procured several years ago, is the answer to it there. So it was something that was evaluated and understood at that point. We've been paying the monthly subscription then, and it's been picked up that this would be the best way to do it through actual sole supplier that's endorsed by council here now. But that commitment was made when the machine was purchased several years ago. It was, I want to say 2017 off the top of my head. I believe it'll be recorded in that report.
It was about 2017, and it's no different to having Microsoft Windows or Office or Outlook, having them as the sole supplier of your IT or a cloud-based system. Once you adopt a platform, that's the software used beyond that. It generally wouldn't have necessarily needed to come to council for a resolution. I guess that they're just, officers are just trying to tidy it up.
That's right. If this was something that we procured today, then we'd make sure that that cost was covered at that point rather than having to come and bother you with it now. We just wanted to make sure that everything was in order.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know when the machine was first purchased, but yeah, just wanted to make sure that that was understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, can I have a mover and Councillor Goodluck by the look of it? Yes, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Cameron. I put the motion. All in favour? That's carried. The next item on the agenda is G3.6, which is another sole supplier. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So similar to the previous item, this is to enter into a contract on a sole supply arrangement due to the specialised nature of the service for a company called Gartner. Gartner provide a whole range of, I suppose, HR assistance, in also including the use of proprietary software to do things such as HR maturity assessments. The paper talks around the range or number of different services this company provides, as opposed to going to the market for each of those services. It's more around the efficiency of utilising that process. It's for $75,000 per year for a 2-year period for that subscription.
Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Grady, is that a question?
Yeah, it does concern me, the $75,000 a year, that's equivalent to one employee. So do we theoretically have one employee from their business that supports us, like for the whole of the year?
As part of the subscription, there is unlimited access to one-on-one support with their professionals. That's part of the subscription basis. The range of services and advice that's given probably wouldn't actually fall into one person's expertise, because they'll be drawing on people, that might have understanding of people's roles, or people that might be into, enterprise bargaining, that sort of thing. So it might not be, John Smith who would be, but yeah, it's equivalent one-on-one, and the word unlimited is actually in the contract.
So that is actually getting used to that full potential?
Yeah, so there's a list of objectives there that have been highlighted by our HR team that they specifically want them to do, and even if we had one full-time person, they wouldn't have the required expertise to be able to provide all of those deliverables.
Thank you.
Councillor Muscat, then Councillor Goodluck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, again. Well, to be honest, when I started reading this item, I was, I had a lot of questions. First, obviously, because there's a sole supplier request. Then, obviously, what is that our staff do that some of these consultants can't do? Also, I wrote in here, who are they? But then I went into checking who this company is, and I can see why the benefit and I guess, well, there's a lot of value in what they can provide. Now, I've noticed that, I will suggest, I mean, in this case, it would have been great to have a background to the company. So for me to understand why you wanted to go sole supplier and not, well, I need you to also convince me a bit more about why we're not going to go to tender, because I did research this company, but I didn't have the time to go and research every other company. So, and again, I guess taking on to what Councillor O'Grady said, obviously this is a quite significant expenditure, and if we're not going to tender it, I mean, what is it, even if we do tender it, I mean, how do I know then that this is going to be used to the best of its ability, and how are we going to measure the efficiency? How are we going to have, I guess, do I know that in 2 years when this finished, then we're not going to come here and say, oh, now we need to do another strategy or need to consult more with more consultants? When does this end?
Councillor Muscat, I might ask Tinas, who's online, to answer that question, please.
Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you. So the reason why I suggested to go with Gardner is some of the points are there. They're a research-based organisation, and they do not tender on specific elements of work, and it is a membership-based, as already mentioned. And what it provides me with is support using a global framework for human resources. Now, the deliverables would be very quickly visible in the organisation, where we do a diagnostic to determine HR's current maturity level, so that we know what's the basis that we're working from. If I look at what was achieved in the last 2 years since the corporate plan was put together, a lot of the actions in HR was very reactive and not necessarily towards the specific objectives of the organisation, and also not based on an understanding of the current maturity and also what the organisation regards as important and the effectiveness of those services. So initially the tools would provide me, the proprietary tools would provide me with that information to have an evidence-based approach to developing a strategy for council, which will be delivered in the first quarter of the new financial year, setting us up to go through to the end of the current corporate plan in 2023. But it also then provides me with access to global expertise. So, for example, let's say there's a specific focus on how we develop and grow our talent in the region, then I get access to experts across the globe in that area, and they work with me to develop the strategies and step me through it, through the whole process. I also have an account manager that works then with me for that full duration, through which I can then access all of these services. And on top of that, I get access to all the tools and research they already have available in their suite of products and services, which I can download and use in the council even after a membership expires. Now, it's not something that you continue to do for unlimited periods of time. You do it for a period of time, and then there's a period that you don't, follow membership because you won't get that return. So for the next 2 years, I do believe that we'll get the absolute return on investment. If I compare this to the cost in the budgets of doing, for example, strategies or maturity matrices and so forth, you could easily pay for a sub-element of, for example, just the people strategy. If you consult externally, would cost you in excess of $50,000. This gives us much more, but it also provides me with that level of executive support to best deliver against this portfolio. Initially, procurement suggested a number of other organizations that are membership-based. When we looked at those and analyzed them, they would focus on specific areas like recruitment or performance management, or be a membership that's just for interest sake that you join them, but you don't get benefit out of them. So individually going to the organizations consulting in this space would cost us far in excess of this. I think this is very contained cost. There's no surprises in the cost as well, and the value will be delivered.
Yeah, okay. I guess, I just needed to, understand that if we go out there, there's nothing that will be similar to this. I'm not doubting the capacity of the organisation that you want to go with or the value. I'm very happy that we're going to using evidence-based, unbiased advice. I'm all for that. So, but yeah, thanks for answering the question, and I'll look forward to see what this can bring us. Thank you.
Councillor Goodluck, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've got a number of objectives there to achieve within the next 2 years. Will council be updated on the progress and delivery and completion of those objectives over that course?
Absolutely. I will update council on that. Some of them is built into the high-level visibility of the operational plan already. Others are still part of the corporate plan, but we'll definitely report on the progress against that. And, depending on whether that's required on the quarterly basis normally, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you answered this question before, but we haven't used this service and or this particular proponent before, have we? So this is a new initiative?
We haven't used this before, but I have used, the organisation was previously called Corporate Leadership Council, and they were then taken over by Gardner a couple of years ago. So in my past, I have accessed them and had significant good return on the investment of using this type of service, rather than using consultants who are normally having a specific approach and want you to adopt that approach. This is more evidence-based, which is then changed or adapted for local conditions and what's fit for purpose for the organisation. I found in my experience this to be far more valuable and able to substantiate your direction based on the evidence that you gather through proprietary tools.
Thank you. And just finally, can I just get clarification? Is the intent to utilise this service, complete these objectives over the next 2 years, and then that is the end of this service? Is that what the intent is? Or is the intent to continue on potentially after 2 years?
My suggestion would be that we use them for initial 2 years. The membership goes over 2 years, and then you would not get the same value if you have another term. So then you would then not join them unless there's a significant change in the organisation that we take a new direction, which might require the development of a new strategy. The strategy that we will develop now will see us through till the end of the corporate plan in 2023. And it only depending on the significance of changes thereafter, whether it will require us to do something new, to start a new approach, then you might need support again, but definitely not. My suggestion would not be to have an ongoing membership every year continuously on this.
Thank you.
Okay, Tina, so I have some questions. It's a sole supplier request. What is the delegated authority to officers dollar figure to be able to make a decision without bringing it to council? Is it 75 grand over 2 years? Maybe Lisa can answer that.
It's 15,000 in your report there. Yeah.
So if it's 15, for a sole supplier, but what's the delegated authority to officers without bringing it back to council if they were to get 3 tenders?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
If I'm not comfortable with us. I'm hearing what the general manager is saying, that this is a great program. It's a membership more so than I feel than us sort of, yeah.
That's right. And you couldn't structure a tendered scope to go out to market with on this because it's a subscription for all, access to all these services, I guess.
Why is it here though? Why can't it be made at officer level? I know there's 15,000 as sole supplier, I'm hearing that, but I feel this is a membership and I'm wondering why we're being asked to make this decision. I'm happy to make decisions obviously, but this seems to me like an operational issue and I'm not sure why we're getting asked to make this decision.
The procurement of the actual spend, I guess. So recently we've brought forward others, I believe, for the Port Curtis monitoring and that sort of thing. So they sort of fall into that same sort of bucket that, we're going to make a commitment that's over that amount. We're not going to market, and we need you to endorse that we'll be making that commitment.
Just very hard, like Councillor Muscat said, to not have the what other people provide when we're saying. So I get they're the
For a
only ones that
subscription
provide.
type
Yeah,
member, yep.
yeah, they provide the only ones that provide a subscription for their particular service. I completely get that, but how do I know that there's not another company that provides a very similar service for a lesser figure?
Yeah, I totally appreciate that, and that was my exact question to Tinas as well when we first started speaking about it, and myself and my team did a lot of that research to verify that, and that's how it came to the point where we'd be able to put together this report and explain why they are so specialised in that respect.
Okay.
And it's not quite the sole supplier where this is the only person that manufactures this machine. It's a specialised knowledge around this specific need that we have for these different programs that HR are working on.
Okay, so it's $75,000 per year for 2 years. Convince me why we need to go 2 years and not 12 months then.
Over to you, Tinas.
The subscription runs over 2 years. It's a 2-year subscription. That's the commitment that organisations make in terms of this, and that is to get the maximum return on investment out of the subscription, because you cannot achieve all of these objectives in 1 year, and they step you through. So, for example, if we start with the people strategy, they then partner with you, analysing the data with you, going through it, and step you through the process to deliver the strategies, and then also the priorities, and then you deliver against that, and they provide that continuous support. So if you would break this up and try and deal with it as individual elements and go to market to get the support for that, because we would not have the structures internally necessarily, the capacity, it's not capability, it's also capacity to deliver, then it would definitely cost you far in excess of this. As I mentioned before, the last quote I got just on people strategy on a competitive basis was $56,000 in the last council I worked for, and that was one element of this. And then it is almost like, here's the blueprint, apply the blueprint, and this is more led by our own feedback and evidence, which is far more relevant to our situation.
Okay, thanks. I'd just like to see a report maybe in the future at some point about how we've delivered more than $75,000 value for the ratepayer for this figure each year for 2 years. I think you've convinced me. Any other councillors have questions? Councillor Goodluck, and then Councillor Branthwaite, then Goodluck.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, from my perspective, I would have thought that LGAQ would have had a system in place that the council could rely on and lean back on, rather than leaning back on something that is costing $70,000. But does LGAQ provide that sort of service?
Yes, they do, for a fee as well. But all money that goes into LGAQ, sorry, wrong acronym. LGAQ goes back to the members, so that's interesting. And I'm on the policy executive, so I probably won't talk more about that. Councillor Muscat.
I just wanted to. That's a really valid question, and the same as other people that the report talks about pig bodies, industry pig bodies, but. If we go into, if we have a look at the type of organisation that we're talking about here, I definitely see that this is just best practice and some of the best people in the world will be involved in this organisation. So I think it's a bit of a different approach, and I love to compare ourselves all the time with our neighbouring councils. So. And sometimes it's more like, we're not as bad. I like to see these as, us being the best we can be, not just, comparing to the people around us, but comparing ourselves to the best people out there.
Councillor Goodluck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think possibly there might need some more context. I accept that you guys have done a body of work, probably given a brief summary of that work. Perhaps a little bit more context in the report in future might alleviate some concerns, but I'm happy to support the recommendation and support the fact that our officers and our General Manager and Executive team have made this recommendation based upon that body of work that they've done. In saying that, I would like to see the progress and updates, which I know will be forthcoming. So I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Goodluck, and seconded by Councillor Hanson. Is there any further debate? No more questions? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. To the next item on the agenda, which is G3.7, Operational Plan Report Update Quarter 3 to the General Manager of Strategy and Transformation. Is Carly online? Over to... Won't be a second, we'll just wait for the General Manager. Obviously with COVID restrictions, we can only have a certain number of officers in the room at once. So when some leave and another one comes in, welcome Carly.
Morning everyone. So the first report is the Quarter 3 Operational Plan. This report's a summary of the organisation's performance against our 1920 Operational Plan. Of the 102 items that we are tracking, 31 are now complete. A further 30 are on track to be completed by the 30th of June, and 41 have been identified as concern. This represents that there's 30% complete, a further 30% on track, and 40% on concern. I should note that the concern means that the item is either behind schedule or over budget. Doesn't necessarily mean that it won't be delivered by the 30th of June. None of the 41 items that have been identified as concern are over budget. They're all identified as behind schedule, some indicating COVID as a factor in that timing delay. Of the 41 items of concern, 21 of these now have adequate plans in place to ensure that they will be delivered by the 30th of June, leaving a total of 20 items, or approximately 20% of our operational plan, which is identified as not likely to be completed by the 30th of June. So therefore, we're projecting a completion rate of 80% of this year's operational plan. Any questions?
Thank you. Yep, questions to General Manager, please.
Yeah, I do, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Carly, for that. It's the items. What are the items that are of concern? Can you give us some examples, please?
Yes. So in the attached report is the full list of the 41 items of concern. So that's under the exception reporting section in the report. However, I have also then pulled out the 20 that are proposed to not to be completed, because that's probably the ones that are more of concern. Since writing the report, we've done a lot of work in implementing the action plans for the other 21 to ensure that they will be completed. These ones, it was identified that just due to the timing potentially wouldn't be completed. So the Regional Community Development Strategy is on track to be completed later this year. A lot of the reasons for the delays on that is due to COVID, so a lot of the community engagement that was planned has had to be undertaken in different ways. So the project is still continuing and is still actively being undertaken, but it is being undertaken in a slightly different manner in a longer project. The Phillip Street, we're all aware of the delay there. The action plan did say that we would have construction completed by 30 June 2020, so that's no longer achievable. The business case for Marley Brown, that's been delayed due to the funding announcement that we've been waiting for. So we're still progressing that project, everything's ready to go, but we're waiting for a funding announcement before we can proceed with that. Did you want me to continue, or would you like me to distribute this list? Yeah, so there's the full list, 41 in your report, but I have narrowed it down to the actual 20 and I can distribute that.
Sorry, I'm still trying to find my way around these docs.
Happy to show you offline.
Councillor Churchill has a question.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Mayor Matt. So Carly, in your capacity as General Manager, and I mean, when I went to school, if I got 80%, I was pretty happy with that. I think my parents were as well, but are you happy with achieving 80% in the current circumstances? That's my first question. Second question is, No different to you're getting 80% pass mark. It's what do you do with the other 20%? What have we got to do to determine from that other 20% what needs to be done? Or in your capacity as General Manager, are you going to bring back some recommendations in relation to that other 20% to achieve in the next budget?
So firstly, I guess this is an improvement on last year. We achieved 60% last year. So in one respect, I'm happy to see that improvement up to 80% this year. However, personally, I won't be happy until we're achieving 100%. I think it's important that we deliver what we commit to and what we put in the budget. We've done an assessment of these items, and a lot of these items were internal resources, so won't require budget to continue. So we've already done the assessment on whether we need to include budget into next year's budget for these items, which we don't need to do. That's already either in the current draft that you've been reviewing or not required. We're also, as you know, doing a lot of work on next year's operational plan and making sure that it is the prioritised prioritised activity. There will be some of these activities that will continue across, but like the examples I've given, they're really just finishing off some of these projects. So they won't get visibility in the operational plan because come July, August, September, they'll be finishing. We're also presenting at our exec meeting the full list and going through that in detail to make sure that the adequate resources are given to the implementation plans that we've identified to make sure that we do finish off those items.
Thank you.
I've got a question from Councillor Goodluck, then Hanson.
Thank you, Carly. Great report. It was gave me a lot of clarity around what's happening. Can you just clarify for me, of the 40 concern items, there's 20 that are a real concern, and your commentary there that the majority of those are due to the impacts of COVID. Can you tell me an exact number? Is it all 20 of those items that are directly impacted by this COVID environment that we're in, or is it a number of those 20 items? Sorry.
It's not all of them. Sorry, I don't have the exact number of how many indicated COVID. I could get that for you offline. I don't have that exact number.
That'd be good if you can just pass that through. But other than that, it's good to see that we've increased our percentage of delivery, obviously, and I think the report was really great, and the information that it had there gave me a lot of info. So thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Just moreover, what would be the value of that 20% in a budget? In our budget, that's what concerns me. I know we missed out on 40% previous, and we've done a good job to get back here. But I would think it's essential for ratepayers that we achieve this 100% goal every year.
Absolutely agree. I think.
Would you know the percentage?
So the 20 that are left actually don't have. I think it's very minimal or nil budget allocations to them. The reason I know that is because we did the assessment as to whether we need to carry over, or not carry over, but put any budget into next year's as a result of these items, and the answer was no, we didn't need to. There was 40 of concern. The 20 that we've put implementation plans in place for, some of them did have budget allocations, and that was one of the factors around prioritising them. What have we got to do to get that work finished by the 30th of June if it's of concern? Noting that with these items, just being concerned doesn't mean that the officer doesn't believe it'll be finished by 30th of June. They must mark it as concern if it is behind the current schedule. So if this was an activity that was supposed to be finished in September or January or February, but it's still going, it gets marked as concern. And that's really for that transparency. Even if it will be finished by 30th of June, we want that transparency. It's not good enough to stretch your work out over a year. If we said we were going to get it done by February, what's stopping us getting it done by February?
Just one other thing I had on page 12 of 20, the asset data system. The reasoning behind we're in trouble with that project. It says it's been deferred to a future year. I just need something a bit more specific than that, I think.
Yep. So this
rather than a future year. Yeah.
Okay. I can make sure that we have better commentary for that in future, but I can give you an answer now that that particular item is just about the software solution. So all of the process work is still happening. You would have seen that in the operational plan workshops. The emphasis is on process and making sure that we have the systems and processes in place for our business, not necessarily on the software solution.
Thank you.
Sorry, but we have just received some advice. It's 12 of the 40 that are impacted by COVID from the ones that haven't been completed.
I would say thank you, Sarah, I think.
Any other questions, councillors? No?
Just a comment, Mayor, with all the doom and gloom circulating around the world at the moment, rather than focusing on the negatives, I did want to congratulate the team on the positives. An 80% strike rate's pretty damn good in my opinion. I never got that at school or at university, but it's a great result. So congratulations to you all. It's been wonderful, wonderful to be part of the journey and to see what's happened. And that 20%, we'll work hard to deliver that. But certainly 80% is fantastic news. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pass it on to the team.
All right, councillors, any further questions? If not, I'll look for a mover of the motion, please. Move, Councillor Goodluck. Second, Councillor Muscat. All in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, and thank you, Carly. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is G 3.8, the consideration for a proposal for council to support for Slouch Hat Museum at Anzac Park, Gladstone.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring Tegan into the room as well. So council officers have been in contact with the Gladstone Bowls Club via Mr Graham McVean in relation to a proposed Slouch Hat Museum project in the CBD. The project is proposed to be located on the eastern corner of Anzac Park, on the corner of Ferris and Gundoon Streets. The concept has been informally presented to council in the past, and officers received formal correspondence from Mr McVean on the 26th of February for council to formally consider their support. The correspondence notes that priority request for the support is a contribution of $75,000 in funds to cover the costs of the preliminary design package and business case, with funds administered in a joint venture arrangement between the Gladstone Bowls Club, Mr Graham McVean and council. Although it's acknowledged that a business case would answer these questions, it's noted there is currently no return on investment analysis to provide yourselves with the evidence to support this request. Although Council's visitor economy strategy does highlight the need for the region to identify signature one-of-a-kind experiences, it doesn't identify the need for a second museum in the CBD. So again, it's difficult to show you strategic alignment with Council's current plans. The land on which the project is proposed is currently land which Council is trustee of the site, with the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy the owner. The club is the leasee, however the project would not fit within its current terms. Council would be required to confirm with the department as to whether the proposed use would meet the current purpose of the reserve. Officers' recommendation today is to provide a letter of support for the Slouch Hat Museum project to support the proponents to seek their funding for design and business case.
Thanks, Carly. I'll start with questions. The letter of support we don't really need a council resolution for, so I can provide a letter of support regardless. This has been through a number of processes. What avenue is there for us to provide some, where is the process for us to be able to provide some funding to get this study done so that we can actually take to the next step? Because clearly the Bowls Club don't have any funds.
So I think there's alternative optional resolutions in the report that would allow you to provide funding in this year's budget. I'll see the page. You could swap out that amount with any amount that you felt was relevant.
Yep, sorry, it's just my agenda's not reopening to the agenda anymore, but we'll get there. While that's happening, I'll see if other councillors have questions, and I'll come back. Councillor Goodluck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Where did the figure of $75,000 come from? Was that just a request from the Bowls Club?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm not sure
have they
if
given
there's any other data behind that.
Sorry, is there any context that was provided around why that figure seems to be acceptable.
So that figure is based upon feedback from Graham McBean's architects that he has on board that have already done the preliminary designs that are included in the report. So his architects have given him that figure as the next phase of that project.
Yeah, Councillor Muscat.
So yeah, because that was one of my questions too. I noted that in the letter they talked about a $65,000 allocation for the business case, which includes a number of other things, and an extra $10,000 for advocacy. Now, I guess, I mean, one of my concerns is like, so if this council decides to contribute the $75,000, then that will be going directly to a person that's already been engaged. There won't be any, I guess, process in which they will be looking at the best person to do a business case or provide unbiased advice as to the return on investment or the economic benefits to the region.
I think council could choose to put those parameters around any funds that they decided to allocate, but I think if we didn't, then you're right, potentially the proponent has chosen who they would use.
You finished, Councillor Muscat? No? I've got a few.
For
Councillor
now,
Trevor.
I have.
It's fine, I have two. So Councillor Trevor, Councillor Churchill, and then I'll back to me.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm somewhat conflicted in relation to this matter, given that all the information, in my opinion, in order to form a fully informed view is not before me. But I do take into consideration the location of the proposed development and the advantages that it has, and I can think of very few disadvantages. When it comes to a tourism development and a history of significant historical significance, it may be beneficial to our region from a cruise ship point of view. It may be beneficial to our region from an RV's point of view in getting them off the Bruce Highway and into the community of Gladstone, which has been the bugbear of this council for many, many, many years. Council backs winners and losers. We've done it since we were formed in 1856. We've won some and we've lost some. If we were to grant this money of $75,000, we're essentially taking a punt on our future and the future of the Bowls Club and the Return Service League. We could potentially, by supporting this project, turn $75,000 into a $10 to $15 million investment in this community. So looking at the bigger picture, we're backing ourselves, or we're backing our ratepayers with a figure of $75,000 in the hope and expectation that we'll be able to garner support from both the state and or federal government for a $10 to $15 million investment in our community, which will be the envy of all. It will support our Bowls Club, it will support our RSL Club, it will support our community. If we fail, then we've lost $75,000. But we don't always win, and we failed often. And we do, as community leaders, have to look at the bigger picture, in my opinion, and say, is this backable or is it not? What are the potential outcomes if we put this money in and it succeeds? And I think we've got to look at that. This proposal, in my opinion, is a good proposal. It's worth backing. If we fail, we fail. We shouldn't be worried about failure. We don't win every fight. but this is a fight worth fighting for, I think. And my opinion is that I should support the contribution of $75,000. If I fail, then we fail. But success could bring with it an enormous benefit to our community. Obviously, there's issues in relation to future recurrent funding if things go wrong at some stage in the future, but we've got to remain positive. We've got to believe that this will work. It's unique. It's part of our history. It has the ability to attract a significant volume of people from interstate and intrastate, and from the cruise ship industry and the RVs, getting them into our town and spending their money not just there but elsewhere in our community. I'm happy to support the request for $75,000.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill. Thank you.
Yeah,
Cameron.
thanks very much, Mayor Matt, and thank you, colleagues. And rather than reiterating what Councillor Trevor has already indicated, I make my opinion quite clear here today that this effectively is a small investment for a huge return. But I'm also conflicted because I don't have a return on investment report before me, and I don't have an economic benefits analysis, which I would have loved to have read as part of any proposed development. As I have indicated previously, and I have emphasised this, and I did this in the lead up to the local government elections, that perhaps these types of projects are the projects that we require in the circumstances when we look at joint venture proposals. The joint ventures are 3 tiers of government and a community-based organisation and an advocate and advocates that are prepared to drive hard for it, because I read in the report that, as I said there before, it's a small investment, but if the proponents are true and correct to their word, 100% of the dollars funding will come from state and federal governments and other major industries, albeit philanthropic trusts. As part of a joint venture, if we're not going to be part of a joint venture, we need to at least be a partner somewhere in local government land. So perhaps that partnership could quite easily be that at least a minimum that we're prepared to give it a kickstart inertia by supporting the request for the funding, unless there are some other avenues that we've got within Council's programs that we can secure that type of $75,000 funding. From what I understand, it's not eligible under the Community Investment Program. So I'm hearing that from staff here today, which I would have thought perhaps that might have been the case. It's not available under our incentives policy or our incentives program. It's not available under our economic development stimulus, but I'd like to also emphasise that governments have a responsibility, especially in times of challenge, in times of current economic downturns, that we have a responsibility in challenging times to support, encourage, enhance and deliver at least a small amount of contribution to an organisation and to the community to deliver a major project. My last point effectively is that before you indicated, General Manager, that the signature of facilities, one-of-a-kind type of facilities, perhaps there is an opportunity in amongst this with our reconsideration of our own museum and our own art gallery. Perhaps there is a partnership approach that we could take. But if that not be the case, I think one of the imperative parts that I've emphasised is that these type of facilities have been identified previously in our tourism opportunity plan, been identified in our destination tourism plan, and I'd also suggest to you that it was identified not explicitly, but these type of infrastructures that contribute to the livability of this city and our region was identified in our economic development strategy, which still is part of current economic development strategy for this council. So I would be very, very keen to support a contribution of $75,000, although if they want to see them put some skin in the game, I would suggest 70,000, and they might like to find the other 5 so they've got skin in the game to deliver the business case and the concept planning as well. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a few councillors lining up. Councillor Cameron, good luck, Muscat, and then Councillor Branthwaite.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The reason that they're only asking for the 75,000 is I believe that Mr McVean has already shoveled a considerable amount of money into the project himself.
$35,000 of his own
35
money.
was it? Thank you. And this project, I believe, could be made shovel-ready within 6 months. That would provide some well-needed workload into the community. I think it would also enhance the East Shore development as it stands now. That's very, very extensive in, excuse me, tourism and hospitality, you know, which could detract from the other side of the city if there was nothing there to bring people in. A facility like the Slouch Hut Museum, I think, would do that. It also would definitely enhance the viability of the Bowls Club and the RSL. As we know, there's a lot of clubs, golf clubs and what have you, that are suffering in this climate and have been for some time, so that could be of great value to them. But look, more importantly, and one factor I think we want to consider is that Gladstone City does not have a dedicated standalone building to hang our honour boards. Thank you.
I'd just make a comment there, just so we don't, so our expectations are at the right spot there. The project itself possibly could be project ready, shovel ready. However, the land tenure issues will obviously take longer than that, so we wouldn't be able to commence within 6 months, I don't think. Yep.
Thanks, Carly. I accept that. I was only really referring to the project.
Yeah.
As a construction.
Councillor Goodluck, and then Muscat and Branthwaite.
Thank you, Mayor Matt. Carly, my question was in relation to the land tenure issues. So the land is owned by the Department of Natural Resources and Mines, held under trust by council and leased to the Bowls Club. In our experience, what sort of land tenure issues do you think we would come up against?
Sorry, can I just get correction on that? That land isn't leased to the Bowls Club. That's Gladstone Regional Council land held, state-controlled land held in trust by council. When it's not currently leased to the Bowls Club.
No, the Bowls Club leases the building itself area of that parcel, correct?
Sorry, yep, the Bowls Club itself, yep.
I would have to defer to the subject matter experts in that field, but the process, as far as my limited knowledge would be, is that it would be an application being made to the state and a process from there.
I think Tanya can potentially provide us an answer on this one now.
In relation to the land tenure, the primary concern is around the fact that that land is dedicated as a park. The proposed purpose is inconsistent with that, so we'd have to go through a process with Natural Resources, Mines and Energy to have that purpose of the reserve changed. We also have to look at any native title implications as a result of that.
Is it potentially prudent to go through that process first, because that there's one of two things, I suppose. So if you go through that process and they turn around and say, no, we would not be open to that proposal, you potentially save yourself the 75,000. Or is it the case that the department might want to see that study in order to determine whether or not they'd be accepting of the proposal? We may not know the answer.
I can't speak for the department, but I suggest that it could run concurrently, that the land tenure wouldn't have to happen before, but if we're going to grant $75,000, we should also have discussions with the department at the same time around the change to tenure.
If we, to our knowledge, have any of these discussions taken place with the Department of Natural Resources and Mines to determine whether or not this is in actual fact even a possibility?
We haven't had discussions regarding the parcel where it's proposed that the museum would sit. However, the department has raised in previous correspondence relating to the Bowls Club the fact that the Bowls Club itself is inconsistent with the tenure because it's also situated on a park reserve. So they have flagged, and I believe we've raised it in previous reports, that there are tenure issues that do need to be resolved there on site. So a further expansion of the Bowls Club lease area in contravention, that conflicts with the purpose of the reserve would require us to address those issues.
So can I jump in there? There is an opportunity for not to lease to the Bowls Club, though. This could be just a building on a council-held land in trust. So without complicating it, getting into how this is who's going to have the tenure of the land at whatever time, I can't imagine that the Queensland Government are going to object to us having a slouch hat museum to honour our diggers next to our cenotaph, which would provide shade for our elderly residents to sit in a park that is dedicated to Anzacs. Be pretty brave, Queensland Government, and I know for a fact the state member actually supports the project, and it'd be very brave of any state member not to. I think we can safely allocate some funds in the upcoming budget. I think and I know these two projects I'm going to say now have got their own issues of, they've gone old and worn over the years, but they're attractions, and I'll name one. I think there's someone sitting in the chamber with us today who got the funding for it, is the Waltzing Matilda Centre in Winton, and the Stockman's Hall of Fame in Longreach. Gladstone has an opportunity to have our own Stockman's Hall of Fame or our own Waltzing Matilda Centre with the Slouch Hat Museum in Gundoon Street, and put Gundoon Street and the city on the map for not only the grey nomads, but for everyone who wants to respect and visit their Anzacs, and for those people that come on the cruise ships that get as far as the council chambers and turn around and go back. I guarantee they're going to take the little bit of extra journey down to this museum if that's where it's built. And I don't think the land tenure is the issue. The issue is going to be getting the business case done and proving that how the model is going to work. Are other toilet facilities in there, or are the toilet facilities going to be in the Bowls Club, which is what I see in Graham's letter? That opportunity is there so that you can really reduce the operating costs of this facility and have it for what it is. It is going to be a national icon, and I think we absolutely should support it. Do you finish, Councillor Goodluck, or I'll throw back to Councillor Muscat?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And look, I think the project's a fantastic project as well. What I'd just like to put for consideration that this is not currently one of Council's strategic projects. I don't personally see, and I could be wrong and I'd be happy to be corrected, but I don't really see how this project could come to fruition without Council having some stake, and potentially a large stake, in the operation and funding of this project. It's quite clearly articulated in the report that it'll take considerable resourcing from Council to help make this project come to fruition, if it ever does. So I just think that if we are going to make a decision to support this project today, we need to be accepting of the fact that that's the most likely outcome. I'm not sure, and I'd be happy to hear someone else's thoughts, but I don't see that we could really be in a position to support $75,000 today and then step away and say, all right, it's someone else's problem. I'm not sure that that's a realistic outcome for anyone around this table to be considering. So if we're going to support this project today, I agree with the comments made. It's potentially a fantastic project and an asset to our community, but I don't think we should be blinded and thinking that we can just throw 75 grand at it and then walk away.
I don't think we can either, and I'm sorry, Councillor Muscat, I know it's your turn to speak. I think there's opportunities through the business case to work out how you can have a model where, for example, we have a tourism visitor information centre at the marina, which is run by and large by volunteers. We have a similar situation in Agnes Water, and we have opportunity of, it's Volunteers Week. I just acknowledge the 500 plus that we're acknowledging this week in Gladstone. I think clearly that could be housed by volunteers, and you could reduce the operating costs. It will be a place for I just think it'll be an amazing place for the Gladstone to have, and I worry that if we don't make some kind of commitment to it soon, and we've been having this conversation, it's been through the SOC, we've had this conversation for many years. Here's an opportunity for us to put some funds in and try and work out what the operating model is, get the business case to show us. And no, you're right. I'm going to sit here whenever the report comes back, and I'm going to want to continue to support it because I support the project. But what I want to do is be able to have a business case that shows us how it's going to cost the least to ratepayers going forward. And carrying on what Councillor Trevor said, a $14 million investment from higher levels of government. If we can put the business case on the table, take it to the federal government and say, we're building this slouch hat museum in Gladstone and we'd like you to fund it. I can imagine that the feds will want to put some money behind it as well. Councillor Muscat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to go the other way. So we've been working since I've been sitting here on something called the investment decision framework, something that we invested a lot of money on, and I think I 100% believe in it. And there's a lot of things that comes to mind when I read this project, the information about this project, and it's not whether it's, whether I want to support the diggers, whether I want to display artillery or weapons, or this is about the best use of our ratepayers' money. So this is about, I understand the tourism implications or the assumptions, but there is a lot of tourism moves or infrastructure that we can go build or support. So I understand, what the Mayor just said about having the business case ready and understand the return on investment, but we don't have any of it. And this, I'm just don't understand why, if this project has been going on for so long, no one has been able to create some kind of business case around this project. So I don't know if this is going to be the best investment that we can do, and I'm really worried that there's no contribution from the parties in relation to spending using. That's not what I don't have anything that says that in my report. So all I see, I'm speaking. Sorry. All I see in the report here is that there is an expectation, as Councillor Goodluck rightly noted, that this is not just about $75,000 investment to do a business case. This is $65,000 to give to someone that they've already identified that, as I noted in my first question, I'm concerned about that because, I want something to happen. Well, of course, I'm going to find someone that's going to tell me what I want to hear. Now, second is the fact that there's a clear expectation here that council is going to operate this facility. And I understand the argument about volunteers, but we're talking about a museum. We're talking about valuable and humongously, important assets, if we all agree with that. So this is an investment on, how are we going to curate these objects? How are we going to ensure that these things are given the respect that they deserve? This is not something that just random volunteers can do. So this is, how we keep the historical accuracy of these objects. So we run a museum, an art gallery. So we know how much resourcing needs to go into that to be able to provide something that is, valuable and respectful to, and given the due respect that it deserves. So I just don't, it's not like I don't want to support this project, but I think we need to make sure that that there's more there that is put by the proponents here. Because
I think a lot of the questions you're asking would be answered in a business case.
That's correct. Well, where is the fundraising activities that we can do to do? This is not the first. We have we get approached by people trying to do similar things, and, you know, depending on the situations, we agree or disagree. You know, we all think that some things are worth more than others, you know. I agree completely that this is worth, you know, I guess, you know, the effort to find out whether it's worthy or not, but I don't think we have to do it. There's clearly here in this report an expectation that we're going to continue to operate this thing forever. And that's not something that I want to, that's something that I don't take lightly. So, and I understand, you know, we keep talking about our wonderful elderly community, you know, the people with disabilities. Well, I mean, we have other, well, what about the young people that, you know, we also provide for? And what about a lot of other tourism attractions that are there? I mean, when maybe we need to look at then some kind of grant that will encourage organisations to come up with solutions and business cases to encourage tourism in the region, or to come up with new projects, but not just jump into something and 100% fund something and that, you know, that is not even, I don't know, I don't really have anything else than a couple of letters to support the viability of this project.
Well, with all due respect, you've been in the council chambers for a couple of years, and this has been going on for a lot longer than that. So I understand that you don't have all the history, but you do have a report, and you do have, like you said, there's some assumptions in there. Supporting a business case doesn't lock council into operating it just because there might be some assumptions in there. Supporting a business case will answer most of the questions you just asked. Supporting the preliminary design will give council an opportunity to look at exactly what it's going to look like and get actual costings to take to high levels of government to fund. And I can tell you a $14 million investment from a state or federal government right now in the CBD would be quite welcome. Councillor Branthwaite, did you want to add? And then I'll come back to you, Councillor Moscow.
Oh, no, most of the subjects the things that I wanted to bring up have been spoken about. Look, I can appreciate where Councillor Muscat's coming from. But in saying that, you know, we actually do lack some icons, I suppose, or attractions, especially in the Tank Street area. And for economic development, for Councillor Churchill brought up about that, and I'm sure there's no business cases been done. But I'm sure if you've got an iconic attraction at that end of town, at that end of Gundoon Street, it's certainly going to help the businesses in the valley and fill those buildings up that are empty because they've got no reason to go there. You know, as far as attracting the grey nomads, we need something other than probably a dump point to attract people. But they all go hand in hand. They're all another reason for people to come to our town and be proud of where we live. You know, it's and as Councillor Trevor says, you know, it's a small investment for a major gain down the track. You know, it's quite incredible what it could do for our community.
Thank you, Councillor O'Grady, then Councillor Goodluck, and.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wondering whether the Bowls Club have had conversation with GAPDL to make it like a joint venture or something like that, and, you know, even in years to come, like a visitor information centre, you know, so we can get the caravans like Darryl just said, Councillor Branthwaite just said, you know, with the dump point and whatever in that area, so for parking, and I was just wondering whether that conversation will have, I know in the business case that will come up, but I was just wondering whether that conversation has already been had.
No, Carly?
To my knowledge, it hasn't been at a board level.
It hasn't
and
come
I'm
up
on
in
the
our
GAPDL
discussions.
board.
Yeah, because it'd be great if they did work together, and, you know, they could maybe even with the funding, joint funding, they could, you know, get more funding through that stream.
Thank you, Councillor Goodluck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just confirm option 2, basically supporting the funding request and giving it to the Bowls Club and Mr McVean to deliver the work? Have we had that conversation with Graham McVean, and is that an acceptable outcome to him? To me, that reading the report, that's the least amount of burden on council resources, and then as a minimum we're in a position hopefully in 6 months or 12 months where we've got the information that a lot of councillors are asking for. Is that something that we've had the discussion with Mr McVean, and is that an acceptable outcome to
It has been discussed with Mr McVean, and it is not one of his preferred solutions. He does not have the resources he feels to be able to deliver that work entirely on his behalf and on the Bowls Club behalf.
So if one of the worries that Councillor Muscat had was that someone's already been predetermined to do this. So option 3 is council commits 75,000 in the 2021 budget for the preliminary business case and preliminary design for the House/Museum and undertake the work as a lead. I'm assuming that would then commit a lot of resources to your department, Carly?
Yeah, that would take up pretty much that space that we have left in our work plan for any unplanned projects next year. So that would pretty much take that spot.
But there is space in your work plan for unplanned projects, and this could be one of them.
There is. We had space for 2, but remembering that if the rail trail funding is approved, then we have already pre-agreed that will take one of those spaces. This will take the last space, so there will be no more capacity within the current resource to deliver any other unplanned work.
The best option for probably everyone is option 1 that you have then. If councillor are in mind to support it, I realise there's some opposition to that in the room, is commit 75,000 in the 2021 budget for the business case and preliminary design for the Slatchat Museum and enter a joint venture agreement with Graham McVean and the Bowls Club. So I guess it could potentially be with the Bowls Club, but Graham McVean owns the copyright to the Slatchat Museum, so it'll have to be in that, in a joint venture at some point. Otherwise, we're going ahead without the copyright, which is a waste of time because he owns it. If one of these options, if council was of a mind to support the funding, Carly, could you tell me which is best for your department?
I'd have to say from a resource point of view, option 2. I understand it's not Mr McVean's preferred option, but from a resource point of view, that would be our preferred option. There's still resource required there in undertaking the agreement and ensuring that we have the right parameters within that agreement. I've made a lot of notes today on the kind of things that you would like to see come out of that business case, so we would have to certainly have some involvement along the way to ensure that we get those outcomes. But this option 2 means that the club or the proponent is taking the majority of the work there. And then I would have a further question as to whether council expects us to undertake land tenure discussions in this period of time or not.
So if we opted for option 2, does that mean that would preclude you from having that conversation? That's fundamental to this whole project. I mean, while I've said I can't imagine a state government wouldn't approve it, at the end of the day it's their decision. I think that has to happen either concurrently or prior to the other, before you do the detailed design, because you don't want to be doing detailed design on a site if you don't have the tenure. But I think that the tenure will be forthcoming, but I don't want to, I don't want us to start designing something and only be told, no, you're not. As I said, very brave government to say, no, you couldn't use the plot of land in Anzac Park for a museum dedicated to Anzacs. I can't imagine a better place in Australia for it. Is your second preferred option 1?
Second preferred? No, my preferred option is 2. The challenges with option 1 is that it also would take resources on our legal team, so they would need to be involved in the joint venture agreement, as well as then our team also being involved in the delivery of it as well. Taking option 2, I don't think precludes us from continuing some discussions with the department about land tenure. If that appetite is clear that you want us to continue those discussions, I don't think taking option 2 would stop us from doing that. But we would just allocate, again, it's resources we need to allocate.
Back to Councillor Muscat, because I'm hearing your opposition to option 2. I mean, you might be opposed to option 1 and 2 and 3, but of those options, Councillor Muscat, is 2 your least preferred?
Look, to be honest, I don't see why. I don't want to put any more pressure on the projects that we already have at the moment. I've spoken about this in other occasions. This is us doing this and reactive. I know you're saying that I've only been here for a short time, and this is going on for a long time. And exactly that. If it's going on for a long time, why haven't they been able to get a business case in the first place? So, my preferred option will be to go to contribute to the business case, but not to fully fund it, and as a way of, supporting the project in principle, but not to take a 100% ownership on. I know it's not. It's it's implied pretty much that we will then be doing something about it, and I don't see us having to take another museum as part of our assets in our books and for our ratepayers to pay for it. So, and I know about the volunteers and all that, but that's actually, volunteers are wonderful. I volunteer half of my time and I live with lots of them, but this is a project that requires a lot of respect and attention and resourcing. So I'll be supportive of contributing to the business case, but nowhere near 100%.
Worries. Okay, councillors, I think we've all had do you have a question? Yes, absolutely, Councillor Hanson, you have it.
I tend to agree with a lot of the things that Councillor Muscat said regarding the way we've put our structure in place to identify projects. And these things bob up every time, but there's also an opportunity, as Councillor Trevor said, in this regard. I just wanted to question, with option 1, would it be the case that we ourselves totally do that business plan in-house, or would we look for a consultant, or what? How would we tackle that?
I haven't spoken to our other teams in that space, but it's not currently in any of our work plans, so I would have to assume it would be outsourced. I don't believe that we would
usually if you outsource to outside people, they sort of come in along the line that you want it to succeed. So they will give you a favourable outcome?
No, I think if we set the parameters, if you were to do a business case and set them, the parameters clear from the beginning of what you were looking to achieve, then you should get a business case that is transparent and gives you realistic recommendations.
I wouldn't be happy to support 1. 2 would be my favour. In this case, I would be happy to support that in the business plan, but I don't want to lock us in for the project. And I think we may be able to put up a motion that actually says that, if everybody would be in favour of that. If you know what I mean. It wasn't quite clear there.
That makes sense. Your preferred option is option 2. I'm hearing that loud and clear. That's Carly's as well. I think mine's option 1, but I'm sure there's some more questions on this one. Councillor Churchill?
Yeah, just thanks, Matt. Just to get a clarification on the word work in option 1 and option 2. My preferred option is option number 1, but in light of saying that, the terminology, and again I'm a bit like going back over something earlier today about community, it's about trying to get an understanding to jointly undertake the work. We're actually talking about the work of the business case and the preliminary design and the concept plan and the costings and whatever the case might be. This is not to deliver the project.
No.
Right, so to jointly undertake, so that the terminology is that it's actually, we're working together in a joint venture, which I mentioned earlier today, that we've got to have some skin in the game at the beginning, preferably not part of the 100% state and federal funding, but the terminology is to jointly deliver the business case and the preliminary design.
That would be the intent, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Trevor?
Carly, in relation to option 1, that enables us to conjointly and contemporaneously work with the department in relation to land tenure. Does 1 allow us to do that?
Could you explain that big word, please, Councillor Trevor?
Sorry, to work hand in hand.
Thank you.
So in contemporaneously, as in hand, like we can work side by side. So
it's something I don't often hear. That's all.
Sorry, Councillor Hanson. While we're moving forward, assuming that's the decision of council with the business case, that can run hand in glove with the department's consent to the land tenure issues. Yeah. Does that widen allow us to do that?
Yeah, I don't think any of the resolutions there specifically talk to the land tenure. So if we certainly can undertake that as part of that business case work. It wouldn't be done as part of the actual outsourced business case. We could do that separately, but it's probably something that we've missed in the resolutions. None of the resolutions actually talk to that.
Yes, and is it the case that we should, from a proper governance point of view, preface any resolution that's made today that subject to and conditional upon the department agreeing to land tenure issues, blah blah blah? Or are we making it too complicated? I'm just looking from the outcome today. If we're like, and it gets back to the Deputy Mayor's argument in relation to there's no point doing a business case if the Lands Department's going to say, well, why are you doing that for? We're not going to agree to any change to land tenure. Or the argument from the Mayor that, you know, it would be a very brave government to rebuff any suggestion by a council that we wish to establish a slouch hat museum in an Anzac Park. But I'm just careful to dot the I's and cross the T's in relation to the legal requirements and to ensure that we don't spend the money in the hope and expectation that the state government is going to agree, only to find out that they won't, and the whole thing comes to a grinding halt. So I'm a little bit worried about getting the ducks in a row so far as the legals are concerned, the department's consent to the project. Because I don't want to go off and do a business case and then the department turn around and say, well, as I said before, for the sake of repeating myself, what did you go and do that for? We're not going to consent to it. The trust under which it's established doesn't allow you to do that, and it's just not going to happen now. I understand the Mayor's commentary in relation to bravery but I've seen these things go horribly askew before, and I'm just a little bit nervous about the department. But I'll defer to the confidence of the Mayor. But I just wondered whether we should make the resolution subject to and conditional upon the legals being tidied up with the department. That's all.
The only challenge, yeah.
Sorry, if I can just give you some clarification there.
While Tanya's coming across, and Tanya might speak to this, but as Carly, I think, has mentioned, the resource required to do the land work has not been factored into a work program as well. I just wanted to make sure we're very transparent. There's, as councils will be aware, very high workload, number of requests and big backlog in that area in council. If this is a priority for council, we'll absolutely do that, but I think it would be good for transparency to bring back a program and let you know what that looks like, because all the new requests that come through take considerable amount of time and it takes us away from fixing up what we need to fix up to. So I just need to make sure that we understand what the resource impact is. But Tanya might want to speak to that or something else as well.
Yeah, councillors, just to give you some clarification, it's not my concern that we can't overcome the issues with the department. It's merely flagging that as a procedural matter that has to take place along the way, and that applies whether the museum is leased to the Bowls Club, RSL, or we maintain it. It's just a matter that has to happen. The resources involved in that is not extensive. It's just that the correspondence takes time, and it depends on the department how they prioritise our application to make those changes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy with that advice, and I'm happy to move option 1.
Thank you. Move Councillor Trevor option 1 as it currently is written there, which is council commits $75,000 in the 2021 budget for the business case preliminary design for the Slouch Hat Museum, and enter into a joint venture agreement with Graham McBean and the Gladstone Bowls Club to jointly undertake the work. Seconded by Councillor Churchill.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, Mayor Matt, on the basis of clearly understanding, and perhaps this is notification to Madam CEO, that just to ensure that there is a clear understanding in any joint venture, the role and responsibility of both partners.
Or all three partners in this case.
Well, be it all three partners at the end of the day, but as long as it's clearly understood, articulated, transparent in the role and responsibility of all the partners within any joint venture, so that there is no misunderstanding. But happy to second it.
Thank you, councillors. I have a mover and a seconder. I think we've had plenty of discussion on this item. I'll give everyone one last chance. No, thank you. I'm going to put the motion. Sorry,
Just
councillor.
wanted to remind everyone of that, as Carly just mentioned, that space that we left for projects within her team that were, not scheduled, that's gone. So.
Not necessarily. We'll wait and see how that works, because you never know, this might happen very quickly.
I know, but we constantly, I think we putting what we got in our works program at risk every time we take decisions like this. And
every time we chop and change from, what we've said we're going to do with strategic projects and whatever. And it's come many, many times before in council, let's face it, politically and whatever, and this is probably another one. But in this case, I'm prepared to take the risk as per Councillor Trevor's assessment.
Thank you. Without Councillor Muscat, I'm going to put the vote now. There's been moved and seconded. There's been plenty of debate. I put the motion. All in favour? Those against? The motion is carried, and thank you, councillors. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is deputations. There's no deputations. I believe we've actually got some requests for deputations, so we might be able to have some deputations coming up, probably via live stream or via teleconference at some point in the near future. We do have councillor reports. I think, is there a councillor reports? No? Okay, the next item on the agenda is urgent business, and I have an item regarding the Rise Up program, and I've got a report that's coming to be handed to you now, and we'll go through that and take as long as it needs. Kylie's got that. Can we give the councillors a copy of the report, or have they got that?
All councillors have been emailed a copy of the report, so you will have it in email.
Do they have a hard copy? Do we have hard copies that we can hand to them, please? Yep, Councillor Muscat.
In relation to conflict of interest, so I'm part of a couple of organisations that have applied for this funding, so I would like to leave the room. Yeah.
Wait till I get to Kylie, and I'll get her to brief us on what the report's about. And can one online please mute their phone? Thank you. If you could start, Kylie, and then we'll take conflicts of interest if it arises.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of our as part of our recovery strategy for human and social, we developed a Gladstone Region Rise Up program, which would support our community organisations, sporting organisations, while they were in cessation of their activity. There was a resolution that Council made at a special meeting in April to allocate $400,000 for the Rise Up grants, and the grants would be up to $10,000. Following an analysis of the amount of sporting and community groups that would be impacted by COVID, we made a decision to offer grants of $5,000, which would offer the program to a broader audience. 108 applications were received with a total value of $498,000. 4 applications have been assessed as ineligible at this stage. Should Council wish to fund the program in its totality, a further $98,000 is required. The $98,000 can be funded through the community events budget from events that weren't delivered as an impact of COVID-19.
Thank you, Kylie. Now, the reason I wanted you to start that first, and I've got something to state before I go around the room and ask for conflicts. I personally don't know who's applied and who hasn't applied. I've heard of a couple of people that might have. Councillors probably do know of some people that have applied. What I'm asking today, before I call for a conflicts, is for us to approve a budget realignment so that we can fund all the applications that meet the criteria. Now, none of you would know what applications meet the criteria. None of you would know because you haven't seen the list and you haven't been party to it. Therefore, it's a budget allocation, a reallocation of the budget, to allow all successful applications to be granted so we can get this money this money back into our community that has been heavily affected by COVID-19. It's only $98,000. I know you say it quickly, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it allows all successful applications to be granted the funds they've applied for. And we're delegating the authority to the CEO to make that decision. So again, no conflicts, but I can leave it up to individual councillors, and Tanya can advise as well, whether a conflict, whether you want to declare a conflict and leave the room, because at the end of the day, if more than half of you declare a conflict because we're all involved in community groups, we're going to delegate authority to the CEO anyway. So I will, maybe Tanya, can you add some commentary to this or no? Thanks. Because I guarantee everyone in this room has probably involved in one of the, or some of the community groups or sporting clubs that would have applied. I guarantee it. But we haven't seen that list.
I guess the only additional information I can add is that you, as the Mayor has suggested, have to keep in mind the intention of the report and what impact the decision is going to have to make. But if you do have personal interests, then you can declare them and it becomes a decision for the council as a collective to determine whether or not you actually do have a conflict, with the exception of material personal interests, which you must declare.
Thank you, Tanya. So let's start. I'll start with you, Councillor Muscat.
Could I just, for clarification, obviously, like I wrote one of the applications for one of the organisations that I'm part of. Now, there's...
Okay, fair enough. You can leave.
Yeah. So, but I guess, yeah, so I'm the secretary of the organisation. So it's, and, but I guess there's no material, I mean, I'm not receiving anything as a result of, you know, if the application is successful, which I don't know. But yes, I'm declaring an interest. And
can I just ask for clarification? Given that this is essentially a budget decision, is it classified as an ordinary business matter?
I don't believe so. We have had this question before. The adoption of your budget is the whole amount, but making individual decisions, I don't believe, meets the definition of ordinary budget matter.
Okay, Councillor Muscat. So can you answer my question quickly? Are you on the executive of this committee you wrote the application for?
yes.
Can you identify the organisation, please? Just
Yeah, QCWA Tanham Sons branch.
And just for clarification too, the decision that we have to make here doesn't have any impact on whether or not that particular application is successful. It's simply whether or not there's enough funds to fund all successful applications. So I'm not, you make whatever decision.
I don't know if it's successful or not. I'm not part of the discussions and I haven't received any notification.
Potentially it's increasing the amount of funding available and suggesting that all successful applicants, which is almost all of them, are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Muscat's agreeing to just leave the room, is that correct?
Yes, please.
So for the minutes, we'll declare Councillor Muscat declared an interest in the item as she wrote, a submission as the executive of the QCWA Tanham Sands branch. Wish them all the best. I hope they're successful. And we'll leave the room. And we'll do that shortly. You've got to stay for votes on other councillors in case there's other conflicts.
Mr Mayor, I'm only aware of one that I was associated with, and that's the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, but there could be many more, as councillors probably are or are not aware of. I don't know. I'm not sure who's applied.
That's the idea. Then
Well,
we're delegating
The
authority.
only other question I had was that 98,000 extra funding required. Is that without those 4 that didn't make it? So, or was it with the
No,
total?
it's the total.
So you have to take more money off of that as required, what you need?
We
Another
could.
Another
There's-
$20,000?
Yep.
So you only require $78,000?
Sorry, Councillor
Is that
Hanson,
right?
I would have to have a look at the application amount.
Are you going to answer that question for us?
Thanks, Brady.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kylie. Look, just to jump in, Councillor Hanson, I think it's really pertinent, just in terms of our assessment process, to flag that No formal assessments have been carried out to date. Those are booked in for 2 panel assessments to be conducted next week. Any reference to what is or is not eligible at this point has only come as a result of a scan of the applications for the purpose of identifying our budgetary position. So at this stage, whilst it's been pre-assessed that 4 may be deemed ineligible, that's still subject to the formal process that we've committed to going through.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, but that may mean more that are ineligible on a second look, or they will all become eligible. What is your feeling on that?
Sorry, Councillor Hanson, Mr Mayor, have you finished the conflicts?
Yeah, let's finish the
Probably need
conflicts.
to finish the conflicts before we continue.
So you want to declare that you are aware of the Gladstone Chamber of Commerce and Industry has put an application in. You don't know if it's successful or not, or whether it will be. No one does. Are you not on the executive?
No.
Thank you.
Not on the executive.
All right. And can I have a mover whether a conflict exists or does not exist, please? Thank you, Councillor O'Grady. Are you moving that no conflict exists?
I believe no conflicts exist.
Thank you.
For you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Go
go
around
around
the
the room.
table, I'd say, Mr Mayor. I am well aware that a number of organisations that I am involved with have made an application. I've not seen the list. I'm not an author of any of the applications, but I've been an encourager at the particular time when the Rise Up initiative came around, that I actually put that on Facebook. I distributed to my networks and to all the groups that I'm actively involved with. So I'm sure many of my colleagues, if not all of my colleagues, have probably done the same thing about being proactive to support our sporting and community organisations. But I am aware that one in particular that I am chairman and life member of has made an application. Again, it's a defining one, so I'm slightly tormented by it. But mind you, I'm an active member on a number of these other organisations, and I'm also well aware that my family are involved on the committees and or volunteers of these other organisations. So I'm not sure where I draw the line in, but I am a little bit tormented by the fact that I am chairman and Diamond Life member of the Gladstone PCYC, which I'm aware that they have made an application. I don't know whether they're going to be successful or not, but I'm declaring that today.
Thank you. I think we'll need to vote on that, being a chairman on the executive. Can I have a mover
Is
whether...
Councillor Churchill declaring a material or interest or not?
I'm not sure what I'm declaring at this stage.
You have to declare something or we'll be here
I'd
all
like
night.
to declare that we can support our community organisations as best as we possibly can, which is the intent of this council as part of the economic stimulus and the challenges and impacts that they've had from COVID. But I don't have a material interest, I don't have a conflict of interest, and I don't even know whether it's under review or whether it'd be considered, so I don't want to ask that question. But I'm prepared to leave.
Okay.
No, I'll leave. Oh, I'm not sure.
You can't just leave the room. You have to declare a conflict of interest. So you have to do what Councillor Muscat did then and declare an interest in the item because you're the chairman of the PCYC and you believe you have a conflict of interest. And you can choose to leave or council can choose to vote you in or out.
Yeah, no, okay, then I'll declare I have a conflict of interest because I'm all those things associated with peace. Yeah, Councillor Goodluck, welcome the opportunity to help me deal with it.
I just, as per the Local Government Act, the legislation provides exemptions. A councillor does not have a conflict of interest merely because he or she is a member of or has a personal connection with a community group, club, school, church or political party, but is not an office holder of the group, club or organisations, or attends or addresses a community group, sporting club or organisation in their capacity as a councillor. So you do not have a conflict just because you're a member of a group or organisation, unless you're an office holder for that organisation.
Look, in light of that information, and thank you, Councillor Goodluck, I'll declare that I have a conflict of interest, but I have very much an interest in every one of the 108 applications.
You're going to leave the room. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm prepared to leave the room. Thank you.
Councillor Goodluck. Any other conflicts that councillors would like to raise? Councillor Trevor.
I think, if I recall it correctly, Mayor, I removed myself from the room on the last occasion when this issue was first raised. My circumstances are a little bit different in that I sponsor a number of charitable groups and sporting organisations throughout the region, some substantially. And the difficulty I have is that I don't know what I don't know, thank you, Councillor Churchill, but what I do know is that I have no doubt, and I would bet London to a brick, that some of those organisations that I personally sponsor would be applicants in these in this bucket of money. So I have a material personal interest, I believe, because of my substantial contributions to community groups and organisations, and I stand to gain a benefit through my sponsorship, and therefore I will leave the room.
Thank you, Councillor Trevor. Any other councillors with conflicts that they're aware of? Councillor Muscat, you're already out, so what would you like to know?
I just wanted to ask a question because my partner also, it's in apply for one of the for another organisation. Should I be declaring that as well, or I mean, I'm leaving, but I'm just wanted to see if that needed to be in the record.
I think it's fine that you've already declared a conflict of interest, unless he stands to gain a financial benefit or something like that, which would then put you into potentially a material personal interest.
Yeah, no, that's fine then.
I just remembered that I believe Gladstone Basketball has put in for one of these, and I'm sure they have. And I'm a life member and patron of that organisation, and I'm a patron of Gladstone Tennis and Squash, and I'm sure they probably put in one as well.
Patron doesn't exclude you. Specifically mentions patron doesn't. Patron is specifically mentioned. That being a patron of an organisation doesn't give you a conflict.
Yeah, it still makes you a bit uneasy though.
Any more? Well, Councillor Goodluck's telling me not anymore. Well, they changed the legislation, then often who can keep up. Anyway, no, you don't. Unless you wanted to. We've already voted you're staying in. Any other conflicts? No? All right, good. Okay, can the three councillors who declared leaving, they can leave, please? And then I'll hand back to you, Kylie, to finish the report. All right, thank you, Kylie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So in summary, 108 applications were received with a total value of $498,000. At this stage, pre-assessment, 4 applications are assumed ineligible. Council does have funds remaining in its community events budget for the non-delivery of Luminous, STEAM, community concerts and Live at Library Square, which will cover the $98,000 should councillors wish to do so.
Thank you. Questions to General Manager, please, or I'm happy to take questions as well. Councillor Goodluck.
So can I just clarify the only successful and eligible applications will be funded under this scheme?
Correct, Councillor Goodluck.
Yep. I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? The reason it's an urgent item is to specifically for that, to get the funds into our community now, or otherwise we have to wait another fortnight before we can actually start giving these money to our community groups and sporting clubs. So I think, thank you, Kylie, for putting this report together as quickly as you have. I'll have an officer's recommendation there somewhere, which is there on page 1, and I'll read it out for those on the live stream. The council reallocates $98,000 of unspent funds from community events budget to the Gladstone Region Rise Up Grants Initiative to enable full funding of eligible applications received, and 2, that the Chief Executive Officer be delegated authority to approve grant allocations to eligible applications within the Gladstone Region Rise Up Fund guidelines and budget allocation. I think that's right. Move, Councillor Goodluck. Seconded, Councillor Branthwaite. Sorry, down the end there. Everyone, any other questions? No? I'm going to put the motion. All in favour? Motion's carried. And we might get our councillors back in the room, and then I'll go into confidential. One confidential item will break. Yeah, we'll just wait for our councillors to get back in the room, and then they might have. Well, they probably thought that was going to go longer than it did. We're just waiting for Councillor Churchill to come back in the room, even though the next item on the agenda is just moving into confidential. So for those watching on the live stream, we're about to wrap it up, but I have to wait for Councillor Churchill to come back, even though the item is just moving into confidential.
I'm happy to move, Mayor.
I'd like to wait till he's back, but then
Okay.
I'll take that motion then. Sorry? No, but he was probably anticipating that we would have taken longer. He might be having a chat. All right, we're going to move into confidential. So for those watching on the live stream, we'll be moving into confidential now, and then we'll also be breaking at the same time, so might be back in about half an hour. Moving into confidential, Councillor Trevor, seconded Councillor Hanson. I put the motion. All in favour? Motion's carried. We'll move into our confidential. Reopening of the meeting at 12:55. We have one confidential item which was just discussed, obviously being a tender. And the tender, item is G 8.1, which is 223 to 20 Gundoon Street pavement reconstruction. I'd like to put a motion that that council accept the tender from Ochre Construction Proprietary Limited. Seconded by Councillor Cameron. Put the motion. All in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. I'm happy with the fact that we're supporting a local company if a reason's required, that we're supporting a local company during this COVID-19 pandemic, and that they're closely ranked second in the priority list by 0.2. Well, it's closely ranked to second. They're not second, but closely ranked second. So I was kind of happy with what I was saying there. And the price is very reasonable and below the average. That's my reasoning for that, and it's already been supported unanimously by council. Thank you, councillors. There's no further items on the agenda, and I declare the meeting closed.